I squeeze the gas, I squeeze the gas, I squeeze the gas, I squeeze the gas, I squeeze the gas. Till my clips is empty. Till my clips is empty. I squeeze the gas. Till my clips is empty. I squeeze the gas. Till my clips is empty. I squeeze the gas. Till my clips is empty. Till my clips is empty. I squeeze the gas. Till my clips is empty. I squeeze the gas. Till my clips is empty.
Well, you made me weep, and you made me moan. When you caused me to leave, child, my happy home. But someday, baby, you ain't worry my life anymore. Mistreated, that it was no good. But someday, baby, you ain't worry my life anymore.
There ain't room for one thing
like Henry Ford. Lord, have me a woman, yeah, on every road. But someday, baby, you ain't worry my life anymore. Alright, making sure I'm nice and comfortable here. Okay. Mark 99 for $2. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Lolly. Yeah. Start reading Fist of the North Star, and so far it's good. Also, yeah, your dick probably no longer works, so you had to find something in common with HCH. So, yeah, there you go. And thoughts on that shit that happened in Maine? It didn't even take a day for people to realize it's fucking suspicious as hell, because he was known in the military as being mentally unstable, and they straight up, like, gave him red flags that, well, he was institutionalized, then he had yellow flags and red flags, so by definition, he should not have been able to purchase a firearm, yet somehow was able to. So, a little bit of weird. A little late. Yeah, I was watching Killers of the Flower Moon. Pretty good. I liked it a lot. It was actually really well done. Very interesting story. What happened in Maine? Some soldier dude went nuts and shot a bunch of people, like 20 people. And then people once again found out that he was ex-military, was institutionalized. Like, the classic, he was on our radar shit. So, what happened? It glows. It does glow. It does, in fact, glow. Alright. So, I got a little puff marshmallow here. It's got, like, peppermint and chocolate in it, so I'm going to try it. I usually fucking hate marshmallows because they're just sugar. So, see if there's actually just flavor to it. Oh. Improvement, but it's not the greatest. So, oh, those taste horrible. They're not the worst, but yeah, this is something you put in a drink instead of try to eat. Oh. There you go. You only get one. It's fucking, Who's singing for us would rather have Freddie Mercury and Michael Jackson? Freddie. Freddie by far. Yeah. Had to wash that out of my mouth. That was, yeah. Yeah, I'll just, like, I don't know, put them in hot chocolate or something when the season comes around. I don't know. It's marshmallow, so it'll stay a while. Thoughts he might be making Peter a pedophile for Spider-Man 3. I am legitimately very tired of hearing people bitch about Spider-Man. Like, I'm willing to believe it if it's somebody I know has played the game and they're giving like actual objective critique to it. But I'm so tired of, but they character assassinate everybody. Because no, they didn't. What are we drinking? I'm drinking Ale 8 and it's sugar free. Because that's all they had at Kroger. But you know, you could hear every single lip movement and gulp from that. I am sorry. The Ultimate Spider-Man comic will have Peter be married to MJ and have kids. Yeah, it's gonna be it's part of the Ultimate timeline, so it's not gonna be the main Marvel timeline. But they're clearly like sending out feelers on whether or not people actually care about that. People are bitching about Spider-Man. Why? It does have legitimately stupid shit to it, like stupid woke shit. But people have then taken that to the nth degree, to where they're accusing one of the writers of making herself a self-insert through MJ just because of the fact that the model looks off, which my response to that is every character model in the game looks off. They all have Uncanny Valley syndrome. It's not just Mary Jane. And on top of that, it'd be weird to make Mary Jane the self-insert considering she barely fucking does anything. So, just saying. I sense damage control from the last Spider-Man run. It is possible. It is possible. No one fucking liked Paul. No one liked Paul. Did you reach 19 inches of Venom? I got to Harry, and I'm at the part where Harry's basically Agent Venom. So I'm getting there. I'm close. But I've been doing a lot of side stuff. The side stuff's a lot of fun. But keeping flag in Miles' apartment, they can't even get that right. Yeah, I know, right? And that's another thing where like all the woke shit is purely in Miles' side of things. It is only on Miles' side. And it's also where everything's fucked up too. So Black Cat looks fine though. Devs play favorites. No, everyone has warped face. Everyone. Even Black Cat looks weird. It's just the fact that Black Cat's wearing a mask, so the proportions aren't as obvious. Like, everyone looks weird. See the tease for Carnage? I kind of expected Carnage, yeah. I haven't beat it yet. I'm hearing that the ending is kind of meh, and it's not the best. Which I kind of expected, kind of not, where I'm like, okay, how could they fuck up fighting Venom? And in the same vein, well, obviously they're not going to kill Venom, because they're already talking about how Venom's going to get his own game. So, hello, I paid $5 for your monkey to sing for me last stream. You did not. How are you writing me this blunder? No refunds. I can't understand why the Sony devs can't get the faces right when something like Spider-Verse can do a million times better and doesn't even like the sequel movie. Because they literally just like mocap people and slap their faces on models. It's laziness. It is just sheer laziness. They fucked up Venom by just making him a mindless symbiote monster. Well, I mean, there's plenty of backstory with it, and I'm not expecting fully developed Venom in his debut, okay? People are like, oh, well, why wasn't he jokey and funny? It's like, because it's his debut. He's not supposed to do that. Does Venom at least eat someone? From what I saw, he gets pretty violent. Like, he does straight up kill people. I believe the theory Sony rushed this since they didn't have anything for holiday season. I can buy it. Archive of Star Control, $5. It wasn't a mistake. It was reverse Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico's arch nemesis. Remember that time you got your mom the wrong flag? It was me, Miles. Yeah, there you go. I got tired of this argument with the Dead Space reboot where they complained that they intentionally uglified women. They legitimately shove a camera on their face at max zoom. Well, I mean, like, stuff like Nicole, it was very obviously intentional because she does look a lot older, and I thought that sucked. But yeah, there was other cases where it's like, dude, no one fucking cares. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you're barely looking at them and you're fighting monsters 90% of the game. Yeah, he eats people. I kind of expected. I did hear he, like, gets pretty violent in his segment, which he's supposed to. They've also been outsourcing modeling to a second world country. Yeah, that's a lot of shit that's coming out, just how outsourced a lot of games are. It's like, it's not that they're intentionally doing it, it's that it's incompetence and laziness. Everyone kept going like, well, they're doing it on purpose. Like, no, it's incompetence. And now, since people are paying attention to outsourced companies with stuff like Starfield, where literally 90% of that game was outsourced, people are now realizing like, oh, wow, they are just selling to the lowest fucking bidder. This is the canon Spider-Man comics now. Nothing will convince me otherwise. It's going off a version of canon. But no, because like Harry being the Venom, Harry having the Venom symbiote was from the Ultimate cartoon. Eddie was the one that had it. I'm waiting for PC release for PS5 Pro. PC comes first. They're gonna get the Saudi Arabian version. Pierre's old face and bloodier Venom segment modded in. I don't need the Venom segment to be bloody. You know, it's like I'm okay with it being a PG-13 type game. I was talking about the new Ultimate Spider-Man comic. Pierre's dad now. Hold off until it actually comes out, because you don't get all hyped up just for them to pull some bullshit bait and switch, because they do like doing that. Most companies outsource their games because it's cheaper and people only now caught on to it. See Halo Infinite being outsourced to Russia, to Ukraine happen? Exactly. People are now knowing to pay attention to it, so now they're spotting it, and they're like, oh, fuck. Have you seen the Venom movie? Yeah, I saw both. They're okay. It took me a long time to even want to go see the second one, because, like, I had that theory for a while that the first Venom movie was going to be R-rated, because I distinctly remember articles talking about how it was going to be R-rated. Then it came out and it was PG-13, and they spent so long not revealing the age rating for it, because, and I think some guy pointed out at some point recently that it was in fact intended to be R-rated. Then the producer stepped in and was like, well, we want to tie it into Spider-Man at some point, so they cut out all the R-rated scenes. Yeah. Being written by Hickman gives me some hope. I don't know. As stated, it's a thing of like, it's a thing where just have some skepticism. Well, that's dumb. What especially made it dumb is it blew up so fucking bad. It's why you can tell they're dedicating now to just doing their own thing with the Kraven thing, because Kraven's hard R. I mean, like, hard R. You see him like going full Predator on dudes in the jungle. And he's like throwing bear traps over people's heads. So I understand they want to do a thing where they're going to make like a Sony cinematic universe out of like Spider-Man villains, which I don't think is the worst idea, because you can just make it revolve around Venom. So I can see that working, where it's like, hey, we can't have Spider-Man, but we'll just do like an edgier Spider-Man with Venom. So it's like, okay, I can deal with that. But with Venom, they didn't want to go hardcore with it. Like, it's the unfortunate consequence to the contract nightmare that's been going on ever since, you know, the MCU started to be a thing, and they were trying to get characters like Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, and X-Men, where they're only given specific permissions in specific contexts. So they can have Spider-Man, but it has to be in collaboration with Sony in their own thing. And it's a fucking nightmare. Morbius basically acknowledged that Venom's running around. Yeah, and Morbius is in a weird spot of like, is that canon? Is that not canon? You know, it's like, so noticeable that Western industry virtue signaling is them trying to cover up their actual incompetence. Well, that's what I've been saying for a while. It's the woke shit is a symptom. It's not the main point, but everyone kept bitching about it and going like, no, they're true believers. They're true believers. Like, no. The foot soldiers they throw on Twitter to get into arguments are the true believers. The actual people doing this shit, no, they don't fucking care. And now everyone sees, like, it's getting outsourced to, like, ESG-affiliated companies. They're only doing it to give an arbitrary green check so the ESG money can flow in, or, fuck, studios in goddamn India. You think studios learned the right or wrong lesson from Joker? I don't think they learned anything from Joker. Have you played the Fatal Frame games? Yeah. Fatal Frame's pretty good. Do you think BlackRock believes the bullshit they spill out every day? God, no. There is a level of social class to where things like ideology and personal belief don't matter anymore, and they just do it because it's popular and in vogue right now. You know what I mean? Heard about the ethnic clash between Muslims and Japan? Yeah, now Japan's rallying to boot them all out. It's like, yeah. It turns out Japan has very low tolerance for shit like that. What I don't get is who actually benefits from ESG. Well, as stated, WF and ESG have been bankrolled by China for a while, and the entire idea behind it is to promote bad business practices in the Western world to gimp them, use foul activism to push shit like environmental regulations, and then that props up the Eastern Bloc. Because the Eastern Bloc doesn't have any tolerance for it. So they don't have to pretend to do it. Wait, Japan and Muslims? Yeah, they took in refugees, just they watch them like fucking hawks, and if you commit a single crime in Japan, you get deported. You know, that was a thing that would happen all the time back in like 2017, 2016 time frame, when everyone was like gushing over the Muslims, where there'd be stories coming out of like Muslims would like gang rape Japanese women and all of them would be deported and they'd bitch about racism. Did you see that new 2D Looney Tunes movie's coming out soon? Huh. Yeah, gotta get blood out of that stone somehow, I guess. They're doing ethnic gang feuds in Japan. Japanese are not having it. Yeah, because Japan does not tolerate any kind of violation to their status quo. Americans, we've been well and true, like the West at large, but especially Americans, we have been pussy whipped to take literally anything sitting down. I mean, I say Americans are really bad at that, but mainly it's like Canada and England and all that. The Britannia countries, they have literally been conditioned to accept the rape of their children. And they'll do like whatever they can to not stand up for themselves. Japan likes their peace and quiet. They like their peace and quiet. They enjoy their routine of just waking up and going to work. They don't want to worry about getting stabbed or raped. They are not like Westerners, where we for some reason have that fetishization of our own suffering. So, alt Anglo territories. Yeah, there you go. Canada's especially bad with that. The Canadian government cheered on a Nazi and canceled a meeting all about exposing Trudeau's corruption. I mean, that was an actual thing where they were sitting down talking about, hey, Justin Trudeau got caught doing this and doing that, and they canceled the fucking meeting and forced everybody out. Like, Canada's a fucking joke. They're the exact country you point to when someone asks why even bother having the Second Amendment, because countries like Canada exist. By the way, Kodomo no Jikan is under the harem romantic comedy tags from your description. I thought it'd be darker. Now I'm confused. This shit weird. Oh, get some more context. Get some more context. Go figure. People don't like it when you come to their country to rape their women and children. Yeah. Canada's an argument for the Second Amendment. Exactly. People may complain, won't take direct action to fix shit. Well, it's the fact that, as stated, the Western world fetishizes our own suffering. You know, you have the lefties who will literally, burst in tears clapping as an African guy rapes their girlfriend because they have so little self-confidence they think they deserve it. You know, it's like, well, we deserve this. We did things to the natives. We did things to the black people. We deserve to have this happen to us. And people on the other side of the aisle, They just enjoy feeling like they're a rebel. You know, they're on Facebook going like, man, one day we'll rise up. We'll fight back one day. They kind of like having someone tell them what to do, and have that thought in their mind of like, whoa, one day, man, I'll fuck you up, man. It's like that's all it amounts to. We enjoy getting fucked up the ass. We just don't want to admit it. And the only people crazy enough to do anything are then taken into the arms of the FBI and pointed at schools. So, there you go. They got a Project Wingman spinoff on PS5. It'd be fun for a small stream. I've never played Project Wingman. Wailing new speaker being elected. Some jerk-off old guy in a suit. I don't fucking care. It's not our own suffering. It's the fact that people like that feel need to repent for our ancestors did. No, that comes from the fetishization. They don't give two fists of a fuck about repenting. It's that they get to feel like they're different from their ancestors. I'm so progressive. I'm doing this. It's masturbation. It's not demanding repentance. It's masturbation. There was that one guy who was stabbed by the Antifa dude, and his girlfriend and friend said he would have felt bad for the stabber. No, the guy was not stabbed by Antifa. The guy was Antifa and was stabbed by a thug, and the girlfriend probably hired the thug. See, they melted down the Robert E. Lee statue, and they're going to bullshit about it'll go in a museum, but it so pissed me off. Oh, yeah, they have no respect. They have no respect for history. They have no respect for what came before. It's all about them. Me, 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 me. We saw what happened when truckers tried to protest in Canada. We have rights to their inconvenience to the government. Yeah. Well, the problem is not that they stamped down on the protest. The problem is the fact that the general public was allowed to warp it into, well, the truckers were kind of violent too. It's like we knew the government was going to be violent towards them. We knew they were going to treat them like shit. We knew they were going to do everything they could to make that go away because it was a genuine inconvenience. The problem is everyone was allowed to go, but the truckers were kind of violent too. You know, that's where you throw them in the face of the Canadian government cheered on a fucking Nazi. How blatant does it need to be before it clicks? The Canadian government stomped on old people with horses and cheered on a Nazi. They were not the good guys. Well, that story, apparently the guy was stabbed and the guy was sexually assaulted by... No. That was a different guy. That was the guy that shot the journo. You know, there are 3 violent incidents. One we don't know anything about. One was the stabbing. One was the shooting. The shooting was the one where he was sexually assaulted and he killed him for revenge. The stabbing was the one where he was probably hired by the girlfriend. Didn't they send no more cops to remove those people? They did everything they could. I mean, they literally did everything they could. Not just Nazi, but a war criminal. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's very, very, very obvious. Truckers really robbed their fucking money because they protest Trudeau. Yeah, that's why I think it's genuinely disgusting when I hear people go, well, the truckers did something bad too. It's like, so they deserve to have their bank account shut off? They deserve to be stomped on with horses? Your government cheered on a fucking Nazi? Like, dude. How blatant is it that you're not the fucking good guy here? Did you see Pluto came out today? I intend to, but then I heard each episode's an hour long, so it's like, I see. I have statues of the losers. Same retards have multiple memorials and monuments for violent natives that eat and scalp people. Yeah, there you go. Doesn't Poland want to arrest the dude from Canada? They demanded to extradite him. Yeah, they demanded it. What's Pluto? It's by the guy who made Monster. It's something that people have been wanting to adapt for a long time. There's also the guy waving a Nazi flag at the trucker rally who was the only one wearing a mask, clearly a plant. Yeah, right? Like, clearly. Space was for $1. Went to the FNAF movie. It wasn't bad. Okay, if no one wants to be spoiled, stop listening. Shaggy was William Afton, and Freddy was somehow bit a woman in half. Well, we knew Matthew Lillard was going to play William Afton because they talked about that over and over again to press stuff. Do you see a new Urban Spooks episode? Nah, I don't keep up on analog horror stuff. I'm well and truly burned out of that genre. I wasn't even really that into it. Did you hear about the new Manin RPGX ecstasy game? Yeah, I see people keep like posting about it on Steam going like, what? There's no way that could happen. It's like, dude, it's a porn game. Who gives a shit? Leah's happy for the movie. Well, Leah's like a massive fucking Five Nights at Freddy's fan. I don't think anyone in Europe is okay with the migrants going around raping innocent people. It's just the government and police system refusing to do anything because of all my racism. No, I've seen some stories where like a migrant guy rapes a couple's daughter to death and then they invite the guy into their home and then he proceeds to rob them and they're like, but he's so brave and underprivileged though. It's like, dude, that's on MJ self-insert and a bit skeptical. Dude, that was a case of like, no, she's fucking not. Actually play the game. Like, that is a case I stamp my foot down and go, no, she's not a fucking self-insert. Actually play the fucking game. Not every post on V is accurate. Still feel bad for Scott Cawthon. He made his money, you know. You see that Ethan's leaving Twitter because of the Hamas shit? He'll be back in a week. Really makes you think the moment Europe is threatening deportations when people are protesting against Israel as part of a certain ethnic group. Yeah, right? You bought the Metal Gear Master Collection? No, not yet. Pluto was Naoki Urasawa, the guy who made Monsters. Adaptation of Astro Boy focuses more on the nature of free will and that machines could truly be alive. Yeah, probably pretty damn good. In fact, there was any source was a red flag. Talking about the MJ self-insert. Well, the only source was the picture of one of the writers next to MJ, and they go, look, they look exactly alike. And I'm like, dude, no, they don't. One of the Nazi flag guys wasn't even at the protest. The image was taken on a privately owned balcony. They didn't even try. Oh, yeah, no, they did whatever they could to smear them. And I say that's what made a lot of the people just going along with it blindly disgusting, especially in retrospect, where it's like, hey, yeah, Canadian government cheered on a fucking Nazi. Like, this is how obvious it is that you backed the wrong horse here. Canadian government, Canadian buddy literally confirmed pretty much most of the criticism on Canada Americans have for them. Yeah, I know, right? See, Under Ninja manga, written by the author of I'm a Hero, it's getting an adaptation this season. Could be cool. I don't really care for Ultimate Spider-Man reboot. We've already had Spider-Man Bloodlines and Renew Your Vows. If the reboot shit, I can always go back to those. Well, they're trying to test the waters on trying to see if they will actually bring back Spider-Man and Mary Jane, because they've done everything they can to keep those two apart. People are pissed. They have to have something. Got past the first filler arc and Bleach shit. How bad? No, I'm still deep within it. Similar jawline. I don't see that at all. And it's something to where I'm like, okay, so similar jawline. Guess what? Everyone's face is fucked. Everyone's face is fucked. By that logic, Peter's fucking face is Peter's face looks closer to the writer they're talking about than Mary Jane. It's like there's other shit you can criticize the game for. Focus on that. Stop falling for the obvious bait. Skip the campfire arc of Bleach. I can't. I have to sit through every episode, all episodes, never-ending episodes. Ugh. Poor fuckers in Canada got their gun rights infringed because some crazy fuck posing as a Mountie went on a killing spree. Yeah, and they sat and let it happen. Vampire arc and Bleach is long. Skip it. No. There are many people who make fun of the USA, but by the way, maybe I would rather be made fun of by these people than be one of them. Not allowed to skip the beach episode of Bleach. I'm sitting through every episode. I promised Irishman. It's interesting that my PS4 copy of Cyberpunk runs better on my PS5 than Last of Us 2 on the same console. Almost as if these attacks are planned out and carried out by the government. Just saying. They're pretty quick to memory hole it as soon as people start asking those kinds of questions. There's a problem with city and country people different views on gun control. It's not even that. It's, as stated, Canada is just pussy whipped. They allow any sort of human rights abuse on top of them because, well, we don't want to make a fuss. Do you know Gazelle from 1,000 Year Blood Wars and Necrophiliac? Yeah. Like, he murders women, then resurrects their bodies as zombies, and then rapes them. And they're fully aware of what's happening to them. He's a pretty fucked up individual. We should invade Canada, right? They allowed dozens of churches burned down on a lie. Yeah, like the mass graves of native people. And then they had experts like literally look across the entirety of the Canadian countryside and couldn't find a single mass grave of natives anywhere. It's like, yeah. Turns out they were fucking lying. I've seen the Twitter takes on Last Airbender about how it's okay to kill civilians because they live in the colonized areas, which is the exact opposite fucking moral of one of the episodes. A literal show for children was more nuanced than fucking grown adults on Twitter. Where it's like, hey, don't kill people that are not involved with your fucking war just because you hate them. And of course, a bunch of man children are going to fucking freak out about that. That's why I've honestly just gotten to the point where I'm just I'm just like calling people racist and shit like that on Twitter. It's like, this shit's so impossible to take seriously. Like, you are all horrible, horrible human beings, and I just want to throw these labels back at you to see what would happen. Same people who claim to have based their morals on early 2000s media. Yeah, it's always the exact opposite. It's like, no, you're a bunch of fucking sociopaths. You are a bunch of sociopathic man-children so obsessed with Twitter clout, you're not even paying attention to what you're saying. Did Gazelle really rape somebody? Yeah, he was a psychopathic, necrophiliac, rapist, serial killer. He is so over-the-top evil. Which is what made all the rainbow flags that wanted to claim Gazelle when Thousand Year Blood War started so funny. And people went, do you have any idea who this guy is? A lot of Europeans in Europe are getting tired of migration, so they're voting for people that are anti-immigration at this point. They had so long to get tired of it, though. It's like, I'm not gonna up my respect for these people just because now they're finally taking a stand. It's like, they raped your children on scales that were historic. They shat on you, quite literally, and turned your neighborhoods and your country into no-go zones. The fact it took you this long to learn it, let the axe fall where it may. Played Demon's Souls yet? Yeah, I played it all the way on the PS3, dude. W. Gazelle's voiced by a trans woman too, so oof. Ooh, yeah, oof. See, this is why I avoid the dub. I don't have to worry about dumb shit like this when I watch sub. Everyone's like, oh, you should watch the dub. John Young Bosch is so good. And it's like, dude, no, I avoid the dub because I don't want to hear Americans. I don't want to hear fucking Americans right now, okay? Rainbow Brigade trying to claim as one of their homes is funny. One's made very opposite. He pretends to be a girl, so close to the girls he wanted to make us sex slaves. Yeah, literally. He's a psychopath. There's still some of the Twitter activists talk about how much they hate the ending of Last Airbender. Yeah, where Aang is like, I don't want to kill the entire Fire Nation because it's only this one asshole in particular that's a lunatic. And then he finds a way to not kill him either. It's almost like Aang doesn't want to kill people. I'm not even a big Last Airbender fan, and I knew that. I think people are just getting tired of the fear being blown to smithereens. You had years to get tired of that, though. It's like, you had years. Like, this is going, not one more death after your entire fucking town is killed. It's like, dude. It's like, how did it take you this long? Literal years. Yeah, before 2016, we knew this was a problem. Trans community really have a talent for picking the worst people as worst possible people in media as theirs. Yeah, really. Have you seen the new John Carpenter series? I have not. Most people don't care as long as they can live comfortably. Yeah, which is, really just what it amounts to. It's not getting in the way of my routine. Space Witch for $1 found a manga called Booty Royale. It had a hot tan woman on it. When I started reading it, I found it was just porn. I've been duped. The old switcheroo. The recordings of the original RCMP commissioner angry that the gun models weren't discussed enough during the first announcement of the NS shooting. The bodies were still warm at this point. Yeah, they are pieces of shit sociopaths. They do not give a single flying fuck about human life. At no point do they ever give a shit about you or your children. All right. We're gonna get to the video game now. Okay. Gotta make sure that Booty Royale is technically not porn, so it didn't come from a porno mag, but it might as well be. Yeah. How far to level 80? We're still a ways out. We're still a ways. That's on Tucker Carlson. He's okay. I don't watch a lot of political people anymore just because, like, dude, everyone's a fucking grifter. Everyone's trying to convince you the world's ending. I just don't have the patience for it. With the woke shit that's in Spider-Man, would you trust Insomniac to make a Punisher game? I don't trust any developer to make a Punisher game right now. Because it's not just Insomniac. It's literally everyone. Everyone will be hit with the, but don't you know, Punisher kills people. Mass shootings. And it's like, dude, fuck off. Fuck off. the fucking Bridget thing all over again. They don't think ahead with their horrific implication for them. They try to claim insert character. Think about it like this, okay? So, ProZD got his ass ripped open because he was complaining about getting typecast as Asian characters when he was specifically one of the people that pushed for voice actors to be judged and casted based on their race, if they matched the race of a character. And you had a bunch of people coming out and going, well, you know, it's really fucked up that people say ProZD got what he deserved because that's not what he meant. It's like, no, I fully understand that's not what you meant to have happen. What you thought would have happened is that this would encourage writing rooms to, you know, fill stories with all sorts of diverse people of every culture and background and this and that, what have you. Guess what? That's never how it fucking works. Every time you force diversity on Hollywood, you know what you get? You get the lowest common denominator, token minorities possible. Because they, you know, Hollywood writers don't give two fifths of a fuck about actually playing up diversity or actually doing this or actually doing that. They will go with whatever the cheapest option is, and they will go with whatever is the easiest to churn out. They're going to fill it with white people and have their standard token minorities so they can get big name actors in there, and then occasionally they'll toss something out there to small people. Or they already have someone in mind and you're not going to get fucking hired, and then they get pissy about that. They just want money. Exactly. All animes either white, European, or Japanese, or pure as fuck Japanese. Not even that. There's a lot of different, you know, races that get covered in anime. You know, there's a lot of black characters, a lot of Mexican characters. I mean, watch Hajime no Ippo, watch Michiko and Hachin, watch Black Lagoon. There's a lot of different people that get covered. It's purely the fact that, as stated, these voice actors went in with the mindset of, well, we can force them to give us more roles because they have to hire based on race, meaning that now I have more opportunities. Because ProZD was like, well, that means I get more voice roles because I'm Asian and therefore they have to pick me because they need diversity. Not realizing that all it would do to him is, guess what? Result in him only really being used for Asian characters. It's something that absolutely fucked him over, and he's too stupid to even realize it. Okay. And I know I said I would grind off stream in order to do Gunbreaker. I did not do that, so we have to, we're going to have a little bit of fun here. Phil Lamar, voice Samurai Jack. Yeah, and people point out to him that so much, he literally said, please stop telling me that. And people are like, the fuck do you mean, please stop telling you? You did that. Rositi's a piece of shit. He's trying to pull up the ladder like Dinklage, but doesn't realize he's only hired because studios can underbid him by a shitload of money. Exactly. You know, it has nothing to do with diversity. It has to do with how do we get the cheapest people possible. No grind off stream, let's go, yeah. In my defense, I was playing Spider-Man. And Spider-Man was a lot of fun. Doesn't Kubo actually call Gazelle Girl too? No. It's like, Gazelle is a guy. One of the characters... Well, one of the Soul Reapers literally shit talks him by going, you stink of semen. Like, it's very, very clear Gazelle is a dude. Review The Exorcist, talk about sequel series, is it good? I've still yet to watch it. I've been too busy. But with Exorcist Believer coming out, I might sit down and check it out. Because Believer is such a piece of shit. That was playing in the theater right next to where I watched Killers of the Flower Moon. So I was overhearing some of it, and it just sounded so fucking dull. Yeah. Bill Lamar implicitly defended on white people voicing white characters, not the other way around. It's absolutely job supply with these types. Yeah, it's about gimping the competition. It has nothing to do with activism. They are shitty, sociopathic people manipulating others to get what they want and pretending that they're good people for it. Stink of semen. Dude, what? Your hands? Oh, dude, wash your hands? Yeah. Aztec, Gazelle's fucking gross. He's a fucking crazy guy. Lazarus Fredbuck said buy Spider-Man 2 despite the woke crap in the game. The woke crap is very minuscule, and it's only really in Miles' section of the game. And it's only if you want to do a lot of the side quest stuff. You can ignore a lot of it. And it's actually kind of funny because they do shit like fuck up the country. They fuck up the flag in his apartment that's supposed to belong to his family because his family's Puerto Rican. They give him a fucking Cuban flag. And like him and his mom have conversations in Spanish, so they want to push the fact that like, oh yeah, they're Hispanic, they're black too. It's like they don't fucking care. Karibo Kerfuffle was really funny. Yeah, it was. You know when they feel insecure because their bullshit gets pointed out, where it's like, hey, you're a fucking tourist. It's like, prove it. It's like, you're a fucking tourist. I'm playing Armored Core 6, excellent mech combat game. Oh yeah, Armored Core 6 is awesome. Very, very good game. Very good game. I love my miniguns. So another mass shooting in Maine. The guy who did it isn't caught and was an army vet. Plus apparently big schizo, glow so much you can see it from space. Well, that's we were talking about that earlier, yeah. The guy was institutionalized during his time in the military, meaning it is on record that he was forcibly put into an institution due to mental problems and was still allowed to purchase a gun. Even though, no, if you are institutionalized, that's one of the big things that does pop up on a background check and goes, no, you can't. So, little fucking strange, little weird. Little do they know how racist Latinos actually are. I know that Batman Arkham Knight looks infinitely better than Spider-Man 2. Dude, I'm not interested in the pissing match aspect of it. They are both very fun. I remember back in the day when everyone shat on fucking Arkham Knight and talked about, hey, it was a disappointment and all this. It's like, yes, there's some woke shit in it. That does not mean you throw the baby out with the bathwater. Just get it when it's on sale. And ignore the side stuff. It's like, I am fucking tired of everyone being angry all the time and bitching about everything. There is stuff to enjoy. Why doing this fight again? Because we gotta grind. We gotta grind, and doing story dungeons is easy to do that with. That's an interview with the Vampire in the series that came out recently. I didn't watch the series because it looked like fucking CW garbage, but the movie was pretty good. I like the part where they fed the guy to alligators. Ugh. Tired being angry and doing nothing about it. Well, as stated, like there's aspects of Spider-Man 2 I think are really good. I really liked the Mysterio side quest, where, so obviously if you've played Spider-Man 1, you know that it takes place some years after the events of the comics. Peter is like in his mid-20s, is like a full-grown adult, and coming Spider-Man 2, he's like teaching kids, shit like that. So they make a big deal about it, and they make a big deal about what happened to a lot of his supervillains. Some of his supervillains have not changed. They are recidivists. They only do crime over and over and over again. Some legitimately try to change. Mysterio is one of the ones that legitimately tries to change, and he tries to open like a line of theme park rides where it's using his hologram technology and his hallucinogen abilities to give people like basically kind of like a holodeck from Star Trek, where you know you can go in and like imagine whatever you want and have fun in there. Well, he gets fucked over by two of his assistants, these two ladies, who gaslight him into thinking he's going insane and becoming Mysterio again. Traps a bunch of innocent people in the theme park or rides across the city, and then sicks Spider-Man on him by going, oh, he threatened to kill us. He's consumed in the Mysterio outfit. You have to stop him. And Spider-Man breaks into him and finds out that no, Mysterio like knew this was happening to him and had to like write messages in the simulations of like, you know, always have doubt, you are stronger than this. Like, literally had to write himself inspirational messages to not go insane because these two ladies want to fuck him over. Typical woman behavior. It was legitimately interesting where it's like, god damn, I feel bad for Mysterio. Because like when you find him during like the final confrontation, he literally goes, I knew you'd save me. It's like, man, that's kind of fucked. He was waiting on Spider-Man to save him. Jesus Christ, Mysterio didn't deserve that. He really didn't, and like, I think you can do it with either, but I did it with Miles, and like Miles is like legitimately upset for him, and it's like, god damn. Fuck off. Yeah. I try to rejoin Discord server, the link's valid. Yeah, no, as stated, I've had issues with that link. Like, that's why I kept telling people, like, don't jump in and jump out, because the link's fucked up. You're gonna have to like email me or message me on Subscribestar. Ugh. Does Rhino show up at all in 2? Rhino's dead. Craven killed him. Even the comics, Mysterio has become somewhat reformed. He made a movie with Mary Jane. That's good. Or you play Arkham Knight since it takes place on Halloween. We already played Arkham Knight for a stream before. No, we have an idea. Spider-Man 2 discussion online is becoming just as annoying as the Starfield discussion. I don't care how right you are about woke stuff. You're just as annoying as the other side. Well, the problem is it's getting to a point where it's not they're not making fun of the BIPOC line or the deaf girl that's only there to be Miles' girlfriend and like how non-existent she is into the fucking plot. You know, nothing like that. Or the fact they fuck up the Cuban flag for one of their goddamn protagonists who's fucking Puerto Rican. No, it's stuff like, no, but Mary Jane's a self-insert. And it's like, no, she's not. People expect them to do Flowers for Rhino, but they chose to do fast-paced version of Kraven's Last Hunt and Stand. Yeah. Yeah, Scorpion, Shocker, and Vulture are dead. Yeah, you watch Scorpion die.
It is the blessing of light that confounds you.
Mysterio, and they say that a hero will save us. He had to sing that over and over again to himself just to not go insane. As stated, I legit felt really bad for the guy, and I was like, man, I like this side quest a lot. This is good. Still think there's something sus about the Cuban flag fuck up. I mean, it's something where it's like, what excuse do they have for that? Like, what possible excuse could they have? They got it right in the other games. Miles has an outfit that's the fucking Puerto Rican flag. Do they think that, like, every Hispanic has various Latin American flags in their homes? That's not just the one that their heritage is from? Because, no, they don't. Is there a reason why those women tried to screw over Mysterio? They wanted to sell the company. They wanted to steal the company from him and then sell it out. Like, they're just greedy. So someone had said to me earlier that Kubo said he was a dude in a Q&A. A friend of mine said otherwise, but after what was done with Bridget can't be too short. No, he's a guy. Like, there is a line in Bleach where one of the Shinigami look at Gazelle and say, "You stink of semen, boy." That's the line that got censored in Thousand Year Blood War. Usually Latinos just have the American flag. Yeah. Tease for Carnage is a side story. I don't think they'll just do Carnage as a side story. I think they'll try to give him something. I would hate for him to just be a side story because, like, dude, he is like one of the fucking Spider-Man villains. Apparently a poll was conducted and a lot of Zoomers are tired of the sex constant going on in entertainment media. Either way or back, we're about to see an overcorrection. It's an overcorrection. It's this thing where people point out where, like, Zoomers are so fucking, like, namby-pamby about sex, yet they'll jerk off to, like, some of the most degenerate shit possible. One way for $2 is the JoJo anime dub any good? Watch it now. I don't watch dub like that. You know, series like JoJo, what's the point in watching in a dub? Half the humor is in the sub, the broken English. Carnage can make Kraven look like a picnic. Yeah. Depending on the story of Carnage. The book Carnage and the potential Venom game. They should. Like, allow Carnage to be the main villain. Zoomers are an enigma where they're extremely depraved while simultaneously extremely Puritan, right? Kubo stayed in an interview, Gazelle's a guy. Yeah, like, there was never any debate over it. Like, Gazelle's a guy. Like, I keep pointing out that, like, you stink of semen, because that's literally, like, the context is Gazelle dresses as a woman to catch people off guard, so they unsuspect him. But one of the Shinigami stares, like, they're able to see straight through it and just calls him out right there. It's like, he's a guy. Isn't Carnage a cult leader in the new game? I don't think so. I've never seen it. I haven't beaten the game yet, so I don't know.
The rest I leave to you.
Really like the whole Venom section in the last part of the game. There are things to like about Spider-Man 2. I'm just tired of being told to be upset and hate something because it's not perfect to V. Yeah, and V gets a lot of shit wrong. Estee, they're the reason that, like, people didn't flood into Disco Elysium and rip it away from the commies. Because, like, well, why would you play the commie game? And it literally took stories coming out about how the commies stole credit for shit that people were like willing to give it a shot. He was called out by the flamboyant Shinigami. Yeah. Yeah, Cletus Cassidy is a cult leader. Okay. They stoified him. If he's the cult leader I'm thinking of, they very much did not, and he's a fucking psychopath. This is the one that's kind of a pain in the ass. Keep mentioning Shimonetta. It keeps being relevant every time Puritans get scared of loot things. Well, the problem is SDA, they're very hypocritical Puritans, where it's like, they'll just say they don't like sexual shit to get a bunch of likes on Twitter. It has nothing to do with whether they liked it or not. You know, it's that arrogant, well, America has to be better mentality, along with just pure blatant hypocrisy. Like, SDA, it's gotten to the point where it's like, what's even the point of trying to debate any of these people honestly or doing gay shit like that? It's like, no, just call them dog fuckers. Because it's like, dude, you don't take this seriously. I don't take this seriously. Who the fuck cares? I've seen the reviews for Alan Wake 2. I have not. I don't really care to. It's like, eventually I'll muster up the interest to play the game, which is sad considering it's a game I was waiting for since literal high school. It's like, I feel bad that I am as apathetic about the game as I am. He isn't batshit insane murderer a la Natural Born Killers, but he's very safe for work. Well, I mean, it's a rated T game. They can't go full-blown serial killer with him. Ooh. There we go. Trust me, Latinos are very defensive about their nationality. God forbid he calls someone the wrong group. Yeah. That's kind of why I knew it was bullshit when I heard the shit about the flag, where it's like, hey, for a game company that, you know, tries to pride itself on the inclusion aspect and making everyone feel included, it's kind of a major fuck up. Ugh. There we go. Oh, do dub actors voice one-note stereotypes their roles to make my ears bleed? Real Marquis. Yeah. There we go. Oh. Even more strange when the flag is correct in Spider-Man 1. Yeah, right? It's like, only thing I can think of is someone decided it needed to be a Cuban flag, and they just... The people who were right and is like, no, it's fucking Puerto Rican, lost the argument for some reason. Even though they were completely right, and it was in fact like, no, but dude, it's a fucking Puerto Rican flag. Like, you gotta put the flag of Puerto Rico in there. He's not Cuban. Some people are trying to say like it's like a nod to like commie shit, where it's like, oh, well, you know, Cuba's a communist country. It's like, dude, like, there is a line of you sound just kind of schizo, because no, that's not at all... I don't know why they would, like, sacrifice looking like they don't know shit about Latin American culture just to send the commies. Remember tight lines? Oh, very much so. Yeah, that's the fun part about this fight. Some of the tightest AoE attacks. I think an intern messed up or something. I don't know what could cause it to where they would lose the argument and make them put in a Cuban flag. Only thing I can think of is like, what, is like Miles' dad part Cuban or something, and they just didn't tell us? Because, I don't know, that's like such a stretch, and you'd think they'd want to point that out. Cubans in America hate communism. Yeah, but we're talking about, like, you know, fat, white, liberal Californians, so they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit what actual Cubans think. Come on. Miles Cuban now, they claim him clearly. Puerto Rican fans are probably going to be pissed. This is on top of the fact the Spanish dub was doing all that dumbass, like, gender neutral shit. To where it's like completely faking words to make them gender neutral. Which is another case of people going like, oh, it's not that big a deal. It's like, it's a very big deal if you claim you actually care about minorities. As stated, last few recent weeks have really been eye-opening to a lot of people, to a lot of different things. Like, man, the Hollywood system just does not care about all the shit it claims to care about. They just don't. You know, one of my favorite pastimes is looking up all the fucking journos and celebrities that are like trying to simp for Palestine and watch them bitch about getting fired. Like, one guy called it the new McCarthyism, and he's sad the free speech absolutists wouldn't stand for him. And it's like, you want to know why they won't? Because you censored them everywhere else. So fuck you, dude. Like, they don't have to help you. They can just feel bad for you. So they can't mod the game without getting banned. Well, you need to do it in more subtle ways. You know, you can't advertise it as I'm going to get rid of all the pride flag things. Or if you want to do that, you have to find a different vector than like Nexus mods. You have to sneak shit like that into other mods. You shouldn't have to, but you do. It's the fucking way it works now. I started Stormblood. Where are you on the main quest in your main? My actual main, I am also in Stormblood. But Road to 80, I made a separate character so we can experience Heaven's Ward together. Textures in games can legit go unnoticed. A guy textured a billboard in a racing game to be a fucked up poem, so it'd be caught and replaced and nobody noticed. I don't know. It's like, for the scene it's in, the specific location it's in, and for the character it's about, I can't believe it's something that came down to that simple of a thing. You know what I mean? Something about it, man. If it is something that no one was paying attention, a lot of dudes are probably going to get fired for that, because it was a pretty massive fuck up. Oh god. Why not just do New Game Plus? Because I did want to try out different jobs along with a different race. You know, give it its own unique feel for the streams. You know what I mean? I'm fucking begging you. There we go, okay. How bad is a healer character in this game? I don't know, I've never played one. All I've heard is they can absolutely be a pain in the ass. You have to have more than a few macros. And fat white Canadians thinking every Spanish speaker guy is the same. It's so Latin over, yeah, right? Alright. I'm sealing off the marshmallows. I'm just gonna throw them upstairs to the wolves. Let them fucking starve. They will let you and your family starve and would laugh about it. Don't feel bad for these fuckers. Sam Hyde's words hold true about these people. Yeah. Yeah, whatever you say, guys. Yeah, man, it's a thing of like, no, I'm not going to feel bad for you people, because it's literally the exact rules you wanted. You wanted it to where anyone could hold you accountable for anything you say, and you're choosing to speak on a highly controversial issue. It's like, what the fuck do you think was going to happen? SG is a pretty simple healer. Oh, okay. Okay, so we still have a ways to go. We're gonna have to... Here. I heard the news about the discless PS5 Slim. Yeah, I'm not gonna buy it. I already have a PS5, and why would I want to not have a disc? You know, why would I want to not have a disc drive? Do the extremes. I don't want to, because I'm not confident enough in DPS to want to play with other people. It's like, I don't want to be that guy. Don't eat that shit. The marshmallows, I have no intention to. As your doggos, they're doing alright. Winston's going back and forth between being completely housebroken and only going outside to you know, potty, and doing it inside because he's pissed off at something. It's specifically when he's pissed off about something. That's when we can notice. And then Iggy just does it along with it because, you know, she is easily influenced. Okay. Jesus for $1. Played through in Platinum Spider-Man, Spider-Boy 2, no homo, with my symbiote bro. The woke shit argument's nothing to lose sleep over. The real crime is having to wait for New Game Plus and a patch weeks from now. Also give Eddie the Venom suit. He's a good boy. Yeah, right? Samurai Bear for $2. You think we get a Carnage game in vein of Prototype? I don't think so. Like, I would love... Okay, there's already rumors they're going to do, like, a Venom spinoff. And Venom is playable in the game. I did get spoiled on that. So, I think that'd be pretty cool. The problem is the fact that, well... Will they allow it to be R-rated? Will they still want to tie it into Spider-Man so it has to be T-rated? I don't know. I don't have confidence that they'd allow them to do all these things that people want them to do. Fish Tank Season 2 is coming, yeah. You guys have a dog door to let them go out? No. Because if we did, they'd stay outside all day and they'd bark up the neighborhood like nothing else. And we have some pretty hypocritical neighbors to where they'll allow their dog to go out in the middle of the night and bark and scream their head off. But if we let ours out just a little too early, we get letters in the mail about it. Not even joking. A letter in the mail. I never understood the way movies and games portray Hispanic speaking English and Spanish in the same conversation. A lot of scriptwriters think it adds flavor. Where they're like, ooh, see, I know enough Spanish, I can mix it in English and make it sound right. And it's like, I mean... I'm fine with it. It never pisses me off, but I also am not like a... I'm also not like a native Spanish speaker, you know what I mean? So to me, I'm just like, whatever, it's English with some spice to it. Someone who, like, probably grew up speaking Spanish and knows Spanish by heart, you'll probably have a fucking aneurysm listening to it. Not to mention our Carnage game would end up having a hard NC-17 rating from the amount of blood, gore, and mountain spies. Oh, they don't give two fifths of a fuck about gore. I mean, they outright talked about, like, Wolverine game's probably going to be M-rated. It's the fact of, it's going to be tied to Spider-Man. It's going to be tied to Spider-Man, and Disney has been Disney and Marvel, have been very, very strict about keeping Spider-Man at the very most T-rated character. You know, because Spider-Man makes a lot of money with children. Don't do anything to fuck that up. Have you seen the Spider-Man 2 billboard that always says, get into the black and Black Man Brothers? I saw that. I didn't think anything of it. It's like, fuck do I care? It's a billboard. It's a billboard, and I think a lot of the people that say it talks about fucking black dudes are, not gonna lie, a little bit of projection going on there. Lord Commissar, blah, 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 for 10 fake monies. DS9 is the only good Star Trek show. It's not the only good one, but it's the one I like the most. My rule in language, if you don't know it, probably stay away from adding it. It won't particularly help your story. That is very true. It's like, yeah, you know, just bullshit ways around it, you know. There we go. Remember when Teen had gore? It would be very light gore. It'd be stuff like a body would pop, a limb would pop off, but no blood. Shit like that. Like, no, I distinctly remember, because you had shit like Jedi Academy, where you could chop off the limbs of, like, you know, stormtroopers, but it'd never be bloody. Yeah. Come on. There we go. You think Spider-Man 2 is being overhated? Estee, there is stuff to legitimately not like about it. Shota talked about how he wasn't a big fan of the ending. He thought the ending actually kind of like shits its pants a little bit. Will not tell me how, and I don't want to know how. But he said like, yeah, it has some problems. Like, okay, that's a legitimate thing to complain about. It's the stuff where it's like, oh, they character assassinate Peter because he needed to get help and a new suit to fight Venom. It's like, what? How is that character assassination? He needs help to fight different villains all the time. And they would try to pull up the... It's why I got annoyed when a dude brought up like the thing with Batman, where it's like, hey, guess what? Peter Parker is not Batman. You know, he is not that character. He's not supposed to have all the answers and be the one-man army. He is just a guy trying to make it work. Like, the fun of Peter is the fact that he struggles so much. Okay, 2 seconds. Alright, want to be sure. Don't target the DPS, I'm squishy. Just say that MJ got him pussy whip. Not even, like, MJ is in the story, but she's only really there to go like, man, Peter, working for J. Jonah sure does suck. I mean, that's basically her role. Like, every conversation in the game is, man, I sure don't like working at the Bugle with J. Jonah. Marvel not want Spider-Man to be over teen rating is strange, especially with how Craven's last hunt ends. Well, I stated, they know to aim Spider-Man towards kids. I will, if they ever announce an M-rated Spider-Man game, I will raise an eyebrow, where I'm like, really? You don't need to do that. Like, Spider-Man's not a character where he needs to be M-rated. You know, that's not something I'm asking for. The only time a lightsaber drew blood was when the Beta Pondo Balbo, who fucked around in fact, found out. I don't know anything about deeper lore of Star Wars. It's so fucking, like, gibbery. You're watching a Watchmen video. Also, the 7 Cavalry are just wearing Juggalo masks. What did Damon Lindelof mean by this? They're doing it for the homies. Hello, Lolly. I'm after night shift. Fear energy drink for health. Don't drink too many of them, but like one for a single shift is good enough to last for me. You feel like absolute shit, but it is what it is. Bro, it's literally episode 4. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, man. That's all that deep lore shit, man. Right over my head. Like, his suffering in the comic book is beyond M-rated, like, damn. And hit and miss. Like, actual main story continuity is where it's mainly, like, at the most, teenager to young adult. The video games and adaptation stuff never dips past teen rating. It's never supposed to. I think when the suit broke Peter's arm back into place, enough gore Spider-Man would probably need. Yeah, that's what I think. It's like, I don't want a Spider-Man game to be gory. It's like, Peter's not a guy who's supposed to kill people. He's not supposed to, you know? Like an M-rated, ultra gory, edgy, violent Spider-Man game to me would feel like it's trying hard. It's like, at that point, just make it a Venom game. I would assume the lightsaber cauterize the wound immediately because of how hot it is. Well, logically, yes, but the guy brought up the bar scene in the original movie when they cut off the dude's arm because he's fucking with Luke. That had blood in it. They're just supposed to be allegories for katanas. They're space katanas because they're space Jedi, so... Think new Wolverine game will be gory? I assume so, because Insomniac did straight up say it's going to be M-rated, so... People forget the friendly neighborhood part. Yeah, it's why I didn't have a problem when they said that they didn't want Spider-Man working with the police. I don't like the reason why, where it's like, oh, well, fuck the police. Like, okay, I don't like the fact you added such a cynical reason behind that. Where it's like, dude, fuck you. But having Spider-Man help out other emergency responders, I'm fine with. Firefighters, ambulances, like, well, he would do that. He would help people. It's purely the motive behind why. It's that they didn't want him helping the police. Like, that's dirty. That's shitty. All right. Oh, yeah, I forgot, yeah. Jedi does originate from Japanese word. Yeah, like fucking George Lucas is just a massive weeb. Most of the really violent stuff that happens in the Spider-Man comic would either be alternate continuity or if Carnage was involved. Yeah, basically. Honestly, fear the aspect of a Wolverine game coming soon. Yeah, see? That's something you can legitimately say where it's like, hey, Wolverine is a completely different character from Spider-Man. Like, Spider-Man is supposed to be bright and optimistic and people have fun. Wolverine is very dark, and he straight up murders people, so... How's the situation with Druckmann allegory going on? Are you talking about where, like, Druckmann got in trouble because of his support for Israel? Yeah, it's been funny. That's been funny. Didn't Lucas want a famous Japanese actor to play Obi-Wan Kenobi during the original trilogy? Yes. It was going to be, it was like, I think it was Toshiro Monofune? Give me a sec. Very, very famous Japanese samurai actor. He played in Yojimbo. Give me a sec. God damn it, I have to pull up the fucking IMDb. Yeah, Toshiro Minafune. Yeah, he was gonna be Obi-Wan. But I think his agent pulled him out at the last second. Some crazy story about that, because there's a story you can watch about Toshiro Minafune, or Mifune, whatever you fucking pronounce it. And yeah, he was going to be Obi-Wan. I think they even outright shot some scenes with it. Like, you can find photos on set. Wolverine needs to be M-rated. That's a big kicker. After the X-Men Origins game, yeah, people are spoiled. Like, dude, they want that. They want M-rated Wolverine. YouTube ad block's gotten more annoying. I have still yet to run into it, by the grace of God. But yeah, I've noticed people are noticing it's getting a lot more aggressive. It's getting really, really fucking aggressive. It makes me wonder if it's like a form of like almost adware or something. Like, you know, YouTube really wants to double down on this? Okay. I mean, technically, in their terms of service, they have the right to, but fuck off. Like, you know, I'd accept ads more if they weren't so intrusive that it's insane, or the fact they give your devices malware. That's the problem. They literally give your devices malware. They allow ad companies to insert literal fucking viruses in their ads. And people can swear up and down, no, that doesn't happen with something as big as YouTube. Bull fucking shit. There we go. Real why I became a pacifist though was really good. I like the old man Logan for the weird stuff. Yeah. I mean, you can do non-lethal Wolverine. It's happened before. It's just the fact that people want M-rated murder Wolverine because that's fun. Being asked how does answering subscription requests work? I put them on a list. And I get to them depending on the time of year or you know, if I feel like it's been long enough that I should get around to covering it. You know, stuff like that. There's factors that go into it. I do flat out warn people. It's like, you know, yeah, the request is on the list, but I can't promise I'll do it immediately because there's other people that have shit on the list. It's all about patience. And now I don't have the Berserk Saga to eat up a bunch of time, so I can actually get a bunch of shit done. I'm getting 3 done that in a row were long awaited and do fit the theme of Halloween. Even if 2 of them are going to be in November, I'm not even sure if I can get the first one out in October. But they are going to be shorter because like the first one is genuinely going to be probably the shortest, just out of the fact of like I don't have too much to say about it beyond it was okay, and I can't really, you know, stretch that out too much. How big is the list? It's decently big. It's not like the biggest ever, but you know, it's big. Yeah. There we go. Especially since we can't have Wolverine be an old man in the first game, though technically Wolverine's like 100, but you know what I mean. Yeah, old man Logan. Yeah. Did you play Wolverine Origins and Wolverine Revenge on stream? I never played Wolverine Revenge, but Wolverine Origins, yeah, that could be a fun one. Because, God, that game was, like, pretty damn good when you were a kid. Basically, YouTube is saying this, if you don't want malware on your phone, get YouTube Premium. What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, that's what a lot of sites do. I've read like manga sites that start off as like completely free. I mean, I say free, but they're full of like ads and shit. But then you just get ad blocker and boom, you're good. And then they start putting up like premium subscriptions, and it's like, well, if you want to read the newest chapter of this manga you're trying to catch up on, you better pay us a premium. It's like, dude, fuck you. Fuck you. What is with every goddamn company lately being the most greedy fucking asshole they can? Is Mandy one of those? Like, on the list? I mean, I already did a Mandy video, but it was a long-ass time ago, and I'll consider doing a remake of it, but, like, no, I'm catching up on others. Mangadex is getting there. Mangadex is getting there. Makes me wonder if they're the one that started the trend for even the bootleg ones. We've got to have money. Want to see Logan team up with Cap in World War II? That would be cool. That would be cool. Dude, I was using a private manga site before ads happened, then I got outrageous. Yeah, right? It's like, it gets to the point of like, there's just some sites you cannot touch. Because if you do, they will fuck your computer into the dirt. Mifune played Musashi in the Samurai Trilogy and did a Western with Charles Bronson called Red Sun. Yeah, he did a whole bunch of stuff. Yojimbo, Seven Samurai, obviously Musashi. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. There we go. Yeah, very, very famous samurai actor. Very, very good. He was basically like the Japanese answer to Clint Eastwood. Legitimately, they do need money for server costs, so you hate to see it. I mean, I get it. It costs money to host the servers, especially when they start building a bigger and bigger library to the point of, like, they have, like, thousands of manga titles. But on principle, fuck you. Just open a Patreon. Like, just directly ask for donations instead of doing the premium service shit. Did a lot of Yakuza movies. Yeah, very, very prolific actor. Have you ever heard the anime Space Battleship Yamamoto? Yeah, my dad actually loves that one. That's one of the all-time classics. It's in fucking Super Robot Wars. Pretty much every Super Robot Wars. A manga reader, if you use the volume buttons to get to another chapter, you get no ads. It's weird and funny. Yeah, there you go. Workarounds. That's on Null telling people to email ad companies with every expletive in the book whenever an ad pops up for a service like gas station or self-checkout. That would be funny. I have no idea how it would work technically, but it would be funny. Open Patreon or donation. Like, don't flood the site with ads because then people will drop it. Exactly. It's like, I understand it's moves made out of desperation, but all you will end up doing is making the situation a lot worse long term. Because yeah, viewers will drop. People get pissed off. They'll start saying bad word. They'll start spreading bad word of mouth to the point that even if you do want to double back and do like the well, we'll open a Patreon or some shit like that, you know what'll happen? People will get pissed off and go like, well, fuck you. You didn't listen to it. You didn't even try the first time, so fuck you. There's a rumor going around that Sakamoto is getting an adaptation. It's not even a rumor. It got confirmed. I was convinced it outright got a trailer, but then people swore up and down it didn't. I was like, no, but I swear I saw footage. So I must have either dreamed it or everyone's just not... Or everyone just all seemingly memory holds a trailer to fuck with me personally. So is Manga Dex compromised? No, it's just getting kind of annoying. But, you know, just have like an ad blocker and you're good. I gotta take off my jacket, I'm warm. Yeah. It wasn't even that hot it wasn't even that cold out today. I just wanted to have it because I knew the theater was gonna be cold. Have you ever seen Where Eagles Dare, the movie where Eastwood kills most people ever? Yeah. Funny enough, it's kind of a great escape scenario where everyone remembers Eastwood in the movie, but it was mainly a British movie. Like, he was just kind of there as a side character helping out the English. Juan Repertoires just finished JoJo Episode 1. I'm convinced to see more. It is good. It is very good. If they refuse ad blocker, I'll just tell Corpo about it. Yeah, there you go. Just tattle on them to rights holders. Like, fuck it. Sink the whole ship. I don't think an M rating has ever stopped kids from playing a game. I play GTA Online, guess I'm mostly playing. No, I understand kids will play M rated. I'm saying a Spider-Man game does not need to be M rated. I don't want it to be. Subject matter wise, it shouldn't be. Does your character have 4 ears? As far as I'm aware, no, it's only the bunny ears. You know, best part about buying physical manga? No ads and the trees died for your lewd content. How dare you say Clint Eastwood in an English movie wasn't the main character? Clint Eastwood's always the main character. Even if you wanted to, you could never not be the main character. Clint Eastwood, no matter what the role, is the main character. Yeah. I spill the hottest tea, then go, nuh-uh. Got around to reading a chapter in Hellgasm Slaughter yet? No. I've been busy with other shit. Spider-Man can handle mature themes without needing to go into gore and stuff. Exactly. It's like, you know, it does not need to be M-rated. Something like Batman, I can see why Arkham Knight's M-rated, because Batman, by and large, is a very grim series sometimes. Hell, actually, a lot of the time. Spider-Man's not really that. Spider-Man's supposed to be fun. Do you think you'll ever cover Boondocks for a video, and would you explain why Reboot wouldn't work? It'd be fun. Yeah, I remember liking the Boondocks a lot as a kid. It's a funny as hell show. But is it fun in current year? Talking about Spider-Man? Yeah, he's a fun character. He just wants to help people. He's supposed to be just a fun, optimistic guy. Doesn't matter if it was only a cameo. Cleans puts the star of the live-action Casper movie, and that's final. Do you think Clint Eastwood would agree to star in next Cyberpunk if they ask him? No, he's basically just behind the fucking camera now as like a director-producer. And I don't think he'd give two fifths of a fuck about doing video games. Spider-Man's at his best when he feels like a small village hero instead of a godly savior. Exactly, you know. He can do cosmic. He's done cosmic before and like fought aliens, but you know, keep it fun. Nihilism was cool now, can't be quippy boy. That's kind of what it feels like. It's like guys, he doesn't need to be R-rated grimdark. I'm surprised you haven't made a review of Disco Elysium, because honestly I would love to give you interesting info on it. I would like to, but there's a lot of other stuff I want to cover first. And I want it to fully sink in for people of like, oh, this is more than just Makami propaganda game. It's like, when you actually play it and think about it, like actually think about it, it has some of the most scathing criticisms of communism, and it is the embodiment of you don't realize it's making fun of you. The commies that simp for the game and love it don't realize how much it's making fun of them. What's your favorite final hurrah moment in the series? I don't know. Maybe the final battle on Gurren Lagann. Because that had dude literally dive into a fucking black hole to save everybody. And he died so bad. Fuck them Hardy Boys. Yeah, really, like, the Hardy Boys are just fucking stupid. The Hardy Boys are what every socialist thinks they are, and that's what makes them all the more funny. Where it's like, you fucked this situation up so bad, and you still think you're the good guy. It was to the point I was legitimately disgusted when they... If you have the ending where they live, they have this moment where they're like, you know what, you're alright, Harry. You're kind of like us, and you're supposed to have like a bro moment where you know, you shake hands and shit like that. I'm legit like, fuck off. If I had my way, you'd all be sitting in prison. Fully agree with your sentiments on Disco Elysium. It's a great game. It's a very good game. It's a great game, and I stated it's a... Like, yeah, they take pot shots at other ideologies, but like, yeah, they take pot shots at every ideology. It's not a thing where it's uniquely saying communism is the special exception. That's only if you read that one dumbass's book, where it literally says, communism is the solution to the pale, which is just fucking stupid, and it's literally going, but my super secret ideology is the best one ever. It's like, oh, so you're ripping out all the nuance and like mature world building for the sake of, but I'm right though. It's like, okay. Would you recommend doing a super cop around Disco Elysium for first playthrough? I think it's definitely one of the funnier ones. It's one of the funnier ones, and it can have some legitimately badass moments where you think Harry's just like the drunken fuck up, but then he can actually pull something off that's kind of crazy. Dev made a video talking about the uni situation and somehow got my comment pinned. You should edit it to just be like Tranny Chaser over and over and over again. Wait, what book? So the head writer of Disco Elysium, the commie one that like thanked Marx and all that shit, wrote a book that takes place in the same universe. I don't know if it's like a sequel or like just in the same world. And in it did in fact confirm that communism is the solution to stopping the Pale. And the minute I heard that, I was like, that is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. My buddy HHC realizing that Hassan's chat actually wants him jihaded. Oh boy, that's it. This whole saga has just been me sitting back and like popping open various beverages and laughing like Eric Cartman listening to Butters get his ass whooped by his dad. That's hilarious. Yeah, I never wanted to read that fucking book because Disco Elysium works when it's a collection of various ideologies and ideals all struggling with this culture. I don't want to read some jerk-off's lone interpretation of it. Yeah, it's dumb because the guy didn't write the world. That's where you get into the accusations. Where it's like, hey, how much of this did you actually fucking write? How much of it did you take credit for? Did you like Infamous Second Son? I was kind of shocked when I learned people didn't like it, and I kind of understand it. I like it. I think it's definitely fun. The powers are gimmicky, but I'm okay with that. And I like the characters. I think the story's cool, even if it's kind of a simple X-Men story. It's like, I enjoy that though. How does communism stop terror and fabric of reality? So, the Pale is essentially kind of an occultist ideal, where it's the embodiment of human nihilism and lack of purpose and death. Okay, you remember Persona 3? You remember Nyx, humanity's desire to die? It's sort of like that. The Pale is all the nihilism and negative thought of humanity and reality, basically manifested into one entity, which is the Pale. Communism gives people hope and positive thinking, so it clashes against that. So when the United Nations, which is basically what they are, the fucking, whatever they call them, I think they're like the coalition, destroyed the commune of Revachol, they stopped the one thing that would stop the Pale, and now humanity's doomed to die. And it's like, this is fucking childish. I literally heard that, and I was like, this is childish. The game works a million times better when they don't explain it. The Pale just exists and everyone comes up with their own theory on it. He didn't write anything for the director's cut. It was 2 poor fucking interns. It was like 100 pages worth of stuff. Yeah, right? Like, as stated, a lot of those accusations are pretty interesting to read. I did start playing Disco Elysium. Got any recommendations on if should I go for a pre-built or go a custom build? Always go custom, because it can affect things in ways you don't realize. Because basically the way the role-playing system works is it's any variety of detective that could come into your mind is what you can make a build out of. Do you want like a really strong but dumb detective? You have that. If you want one that's very empathetic but might not be the quickest to the gun, yeah, there you go. I mean, I just used Persona 3 lore to explain Disco Elysium. You really are TheAlmightyLoli. Yeah, right? Jiggle physics for boobs, but not ass. Sad. Comics only work for any fantasy RPG. Dude, it's why I loved... Okay, there is a corporate negotiator chick who you can talk to very beginning of the game, who is the most upfront and honest character you will run into. She will flat out explain what's going on, and she is right. They try to have a thing where your partner Kim goes, I don't know if you should trust her. You're only going to hear her side of things. But she is very upfront about everything the corporation did. Where it's like, hey, we tried negotiating with them, they ignored us, and they might have killed some people. They very, very clearly are trying to get their fucking, shit done, and they're open about the fact it's a job. Meanwhile, everyone else you talk to are manipulating you, lying to you, and hiding their own end goal. So, just saying, she ends up being the most secretly based. Even with the twist at the end where it's like, oh no, they hired a death squad to kill all these people. It's not even a twist. Joyce flat out tells you they hired mercenaries to take care of it, because the strike was getting violent. Fancy boat lady, she was nice. Yeah, literally. Remote viewers are the solution because I don't know what they do and they keep mind raping Harry. Personal bias also plays a part too. Yeah. Personal bias plays into it a lot, and that's where, once again, the idea that no, the Pale is the correct answer is stupid, because that goes against the entire point of it. If your best friend's saying shit like I'm glad he got fired, maybe you're not the victim. Yeah, right? Ironically, that's for the mercs. Yeah, because the idea was they wanted to turn Revachol into the beginning point of a revolution, but it turns out that was never going to work. That was never going to work because the Coalition has a lot more money, resources, and guns. And none of the true believers actually believed in anything. Commies bring hope by oppressing everybody. That's something they even make fun of. If you choose the commie path, it straight up goes, it's the ideology of failure. And you want to hang everybody that's richer than you. What's the worst game you played this year? Technically, Last of Us 2. It crashed 26 times on stream. And chance to be playing World of Horror on stream. I saw it finally came out. It like finally had like full release. That could be cool. That could be very cool. 23 times! Game of the Year 2020! All you had to do was update the damn thing. Shota refused. Like, Shota was literally a hair trigger every single minute to just swapping over to Spider-Man. I had to, like, talk him into doing Last of Us. Like, he flat out was like, if I have to delete one more game for this update, we are just doing Spider-Man. It's like, well, dude, it's supposed to be like, it's supposed to be a horror thing. Come on. Yeah, he was like insistent. It's like, no, he did, like, no wanting to, you know, to fuck with Last of Us 2 at all. Apparently, Cartoon Network is removing some shows from digital streaming, two of which actually seem pretty creative. Can't wait for more Teen Titans Go slop. Yeah, right. Did you hear about the employees at Naughty Dog told to be quiet about what happened at the company? Oh, yeah. Well, no, that came out when fucking Last of Us 2 came out. People were getting threatened or else they wouldn't get their final paycheck. It's like, that literally is what happened. 22 times. It crashed live, made another show the moment that's pressed to boldly flee. Yeah, right. As per the anthropic principle, communism makes it so it doesn't matter if a pill exists because everyone who could observe it and confirm its existence starved to death.
Why do they cling to these false deities? What drives even men of learning, even the great Louis Small, to grovel?
I wouldn't delete a game for Last of Us 2 either, but it was for the stream. Like, come on, you could just re-download it.
Your masters lack the strength to do otherwise.
Did we even get to the golf scene? No, it got to the point it was crashing within seconds of loading in. It would crash on crashes.
To this end, he hath fought ever to raise himself to
Isn't that illegal as all hell? That what made us think about it. Like, people see... Only now are people pointing out the fact that, like, he crunched his developers like crazy. It's like, yes, Neil Druckmann is a bad person. It's just that everyone decided to gun after him for, like, the weirdest shit, because they gunned after him for being an Israeli who supported Israel. And it's like, okay, of all the things, but fuck it. Okay, at least people are gunning after him. And the Soviets riot when they couldn't get enough alcohol and numb the pain of living under communism. There were a lot of different factors, but that was part of it. Crash was pretty fucking funny, though. They really were. Oh, my homies hating Yale. So is it true the game was running, by which I mean crashed constantly without the disc as it was stored on the console? So... I bought it physical, and essentially the way it worked is you had the game data disc, which you installed the game on, and the second disc, which is a license to play the game. You put it into the console to confirm that you did buy a copy, and then you can play the game. Because yes, we took the disc out, and we were still able to play the game. $5. I know TTG gets massive amount of well-deserved hate, but there's some episodes and go about insurance fraud and tax evasion. Alright, yeah, we have to fight guys now. Remember some sort of Twitter thread one people would want to do in a communist America, and some guy would just want to wear a diaper and have people change him as a break? Yeah, right? It's like, no understanding of, like, how all this works. Speaking of physical discs, you hear that apparently physical discs might go away. How do you think that will affect things? Oh, they've been threatening that for years. That's been the end goal behind a lot of shit for years, because no physical discs mean no pre-owned copies, meaning that you never have to worry about pre-owns overtaking new sales, which was a thing that a lot of game companies complained about for fucking years back in the 360 era. Because it was the way to, like, you know, get big games for a lot cheaper than buying them on launch. It was just wait for it to come out pre-owned and then boom, snatch up a copy for like $30. I think Harry lost his mind. I always thought he was initiating into remote viewer's vision, which involved him mind breaking into his psychic abilities, kind of like breaking a bone. The way I kind of view it was a standard suicide attempt where he tried to drink himself to death. I don't like the explanation that he like drank himself to induce memory loss. Like, no, I prefer the idea that he tried to kill himself through drinking. And it's just that he drank himself so much he developed amnesia. You hate Last of Us 2 because of politics. I hate Last of Us 2 because story bad. We're not the same. Dude, the bits we played of Last of Us 2 were so fucking obnoxious and boring. Every cutscene was, wait a minute, you're fucking that chick? But I'm fucking that chick, bro. Bro, you can't fuck that chick. I'm fucking that chick, bro. Bro. And then you had the fucking Abby shit where it's like, hey, Abby, one of our members is pregnant and she can't go on the revenge mission with you. Can we turn around? It's very cold outside. And she's like, well, I knew that I couldn't rely on you people. It's like, dude, like, she's pregnant. You want a pregnant woman to risk herself in this cold fucking wasteland for you? Fucking bitch. That's my headcanon for Harry as well. Yeah, right? It makes him more sad and makes the moments where he is able to rise up and triumph all the more heroic. Because I like hero Harry. I like Harry. I like Harry that genuinely tries to do his job and ignores a lot of the politics shit. Because, like, no, motherfucker, I'm not getting involved in the politics shit because none of that has to do with anything with the murder right now. Something like hope is a solution, the religion or sciences have done a better job. But you have to remember, this was a bunch of Estonian communists, so... Ugh. Abby sucks, the character. She's just annoying. Like, it was a thing where I went into it... I went into it genuinely thinking, is it going to be as bad as what I thought? Memes aside, is it going to be bad or is it just going to be boring? And it managed to be both. It managed to be both boring and bad. Where Abby is like such an annoying, like, the little bit that you see with her where she's like, I knew I couldn't fucking trust you. It's like, they're telling you to your face there's a pregnant woman in the group and they can't do this. They physically cannot do this and you're throwing a tantrum about it. Fuck you. Pregnant woman was stupid for going into active battlefield area 2. But that's later in the game. I'm talking like your first introduction. Okay, your character introduction to Abby. Here is this mysterious person. How do you sell them to the audience? What's the first thing they do? You know, they're overlooking Jackson and it's like, oh, okay, so they're looking out for Jackson. They're scoping it out. Who are these people? Lady is then told one of the members is pregnant. It's really risky. We don't know if we should do this. We could all die. And her response is, well, fuck you for not helping me. Showing that she is a spoiled brat. At that point, everything you look at from that angle is from the perspective of this lady is a spoiled brat. Feel very uneasy when pregnant people die in media. I'm okay with it because it can be very disturbing and dark. And like the whole point is it's fucked up and not supposed to happen. Like Killers of the Flower Moon, one of the people who dies is a pregnant woman. And they address the fact that's fucked up. But the point is it's used to actually like say something and point out how horrible the killers are. Have you ever seen Tekkokin Crete? Great anime movie that everyone talks about. If you're not simply saying it's up your alley and would make a great video, I'll check it out. That could be very cool. Could be very cool. I'm just adding to how stupid the game was written. Yeah. But I'm saying like from the get-go it's stupid. You know, it's like your first impression of Abby is the worst one possible. You know, it's worse than just, oh, well, you don't like her because Joel dies. It's like, no, it's the fact that literally from the get-go, she is a bad and annoying person. Hear the news, Ultimate Peter is getting a new mini-comic run when he's married and 2 kids and MJ. As stated, I think they're doing that as like a trial run of like, should we try to, you know, bring Peter and MJ back together? Should we? Because, I mean, when they reach the levels of Paul, what the fuck else can they do? So I don't know if it'll be something that's like canonical, official of like, oh boy, we're doing Peter and MJ again. But I think they'll toss out some hints in the direction because they've done it before. They've done some like spinoffs or like what ifs where it's like, oh, what if Peter and MJ got back together, to kind of see if people want that. Honestly, I hate Last of Us now, not because the game itself is bad, except too. I hate how it became Sony's cash cow and milk it every chance it gets. Oh yeah. Just a few more, guys. Abby probably did want Mel to miscarry from the cult, so her ex wouldn't be tied to the chick she drove him towards by being an insane psychopath. Yeah, right? Like, the fact you can legitimately have theories like that is bad. How you doing? I'm doing shit like right now since I got a pretty bad infection in my throat. Yeah. Green tea, honey, and lemon juice. That will save you. Don't be like, oh, but I hate green tea. Just suck it up and drink it. You will feel a million times better. Ugh. You gotta keep grinding, bros. People at editorial flat out said they don't like Mary Jane, so it's probably not happening in main continuity. Well, this will be kind of the chance for him to go, okay, you may not like her, but shut the fuck up because she makes money. You know, sometimes you do have to basically smack the editor upside the head and go, like, shut the fuck up. You know what you're talking about. Ugh. Our Last of Us 2 sold 10 million, but I don't know how inflated that number is and how many copies they had to refund. Well, that's the thing. All I remember is there was that conference from Microsoft where they had leaked Sony emails, and they were talking about how Last of Us 2 barely broke even. And at first you might think, like, oh, that might just be Microsoft talking shit. I mean, they are competitors. Then you look into the fact that the multiplayer was put on ice for a long time, and I think now officially shelved. And they rushed out a remake of 1 in 2 engine. And then the HBO show came out pretty fast. The HBO show was really fast, and once again was full of that, you love it, right? You love it, you love it, you love it, right? It felt very artificial. There were YouTube critics who were talking about how much they loved it that felt very artificial. Where it's like, what the fuck? Like, why is everyone heaping praise on this? And I genuinely believe it might be a little bit of Last Jedi syndrome where some envelopes were going around, some emails with PayPal links were going around to get people to love it, to force a phenomenon that wasn't there. Where was that story from where the girl got raped to death and the family just invited the migrant over? I remember people talking about it. I think it was from Germany, possibly Sweden. I think it was Sweden. Yeah, I'm 95% sure it was Sweden, yeah. So look up Sweden. Should I pre-order Tekken 8 or P3R? P3R, I don't have a hate boner like others do, but tiny nitpicks I still find a bit annoying, but as long as they don't censor any fan service. Everything I've seen is like they're not actually censoring anything, it's just people jumping at shadows, so I'd go with P3R. You'll put a lot more time into it than Tekken. Unless you're really into Tekken, but that's up to you. Show out good numbers, that is true. Is it, though? Is it? I mean, they did announce Season 2 would happen, but, you know. Season 2 is going to be the make or break of, like, okay, do people actually give a shit? They blacklisted Kerry Strassman, former voice of Aegis. Yeah, more than a few people were, yeah. Because of fucking Vic Mignogna as well. You can't be Junpei. Which is bullshit. Come on, you bastards. If you were really into Tekken, you would know by now if you're buying it or not. That is a good point. That is a very good point. I hope Season 2 is hilariously bad. I kept hearing rumors that they were going to change how Joel died because Pedro Pascal demanded it. It's like, oh, even he knows. Even he knows. The only thing I heard about changing in P3R is the armband thing. Oh, okay. Which is stupid in itself, but whatever. You gotta give the baby what it wants, and it demands different armbands. Karen Strassman still getting work via Studiopolis. Is that a new Bleach anime? Oh, there you go. 2.8 million sales in the first month, 11 million mixed in with discounted digital sales after 3 years. That's bloated and crapped out numbers. Oh, okay. So yeah, it very is possible that it barely made its money back. Okay. Or if another Yakuza game will come out, there's 2. There's Man with No Name and Like a Dragon Gaiden. Ugh. I just want to switch to a tank. Separating the art from the artist is a foreign concept nowadays. It really is. Like, and to be fair, it is hard to, because a lot of artists actively demand that you, fucking view them as part and parcel of the fucking art. Like, the guy who played Leo, or whatever his name is, in the new Street Fighter, Luke, I think his name is Luke. Like, everyone praised him and said, like, oh man, he actually made him an interesting character. People actually like him. And was immediately going on fucking social media talking about, like, oh yeah, actually Luke's gay. Like, yeah, he's gay, and I, the voice actor, say it, therefore it is a thing. It's like, dude, fuck off. Play Spider-Man 2 side missions where you sit with the old guy on the bench. That one was sad. The guy with Alzheimer's on the bench, the old homeless guy with the pigeons. Those were genuinely kind of sad. Ugh. Still waiting on that Phantom Dust remake. Yeah, that's never happening. See, they're adding Animal Crossing to Yakuza 8. Okay, but that could actually be kind of fun, though. The bench sitting stuff got me feeling existential. I stated, there are good parts to Spider-Man 2. It's why I'm kind of like, dude, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. There's some genuinely great moments. Ugh. Kill the bad man. To be fair, most American VAs for Japanese properties are picked off the street anyways. Yeah, but it's a thing where, like, I've very, very much grown weary of them trying to make voice acting into a thing. I mean, it is a thing, but you know what I mean. It's like, guys, for the love of fucking God. It's like, stop putting your ego as the forefront of all this. Like, fuck off. I'm barely tolerating the fact that you're breathing right now. Think we'll ever get another Berserk video game? I don't know. Berserk's always so fucking weird where, like, they actively refuse to do anything with the property until they do, until they don't, until they do. We just never know with Berserk. It means in Japan where they need someone to speak English, they literally dragging foreigners off the streets to record. Well, there you go. That's how it needs to be. Keep it like that. Don't outsource it to, like, foreign companies. No. Drag in some Randy off the street and just make him record everything. It's the only way to fix the world. You have to be easy cut into Mel Brooks comedy. Which one would you choose? I don't know. I mean, easiest would be Spaceballs, because then you get to just do funny Star Wars. They could also do Robin Hood, which is underrated. Kinda wish there was another physical company that wasn't limited run, because honestly, limited run has a lot of problems. Yeah, right? People just want a company that won't fuck with the stuff they want to buy. That is literally all people are asking. Don't fuck with the stuff I want to buy. But then they go, but my ESG money. It's like, for the love of God. I just want to play video games. Ugh. Kill this asshole. Blazing Saddles, and you can say the N-word. Very good point. American anime industry is a cliquish mess, I think is the issue. A lot of industries are cliquish mess because they're literally just teaching people to make connections and schmooze up to people. Like, there's no actual talent involved. It's just schmoozing up to people. They're even open about it. It's like, oh, it's just about the people you know. It's like, no, it should be about the fact that you work your ass off. Having ESG money, the people fucking around have contempt for Japan. The work they're localizing the consumers they're supposed to be catering to. That's part of it, but ESG money also motivates it. Because not only can they fuck around with it, but now they don't even have to, like... There we go. Now they don't even have to, like, swallow the bitter pill and just do their fucking job for the paycheck. Because now, ESG encourages them to do it. Oh, yeah, I can throw in diversity references and I can get a bonus on my pay. It's like, there you go. PlayAsia tries. PlayAsia does try. Always leads back to money. Always does. How indebted is Japan? It has nothing to do with debt. It's just the fact that, you know, companies that do localization and translation, they are greedy. They want that ESG money. Clickish mess usually took off with HR women hiring people for ideological reasons and enforcing clicks. Yeah, right? That's why I keep saying, like, try to get jobs in those companies. I know people go like, oh, well, like, that'll ever happen. It's like, at least fucking try. At least try. You know, do the same thing that they did, and that is, you know, pour your heart into it. Do whatever the fuck you can. Don't be a fucking bitch and bitch and moan about, you know, the black pill and like, oh, it's so over. It's like, fucking try. You know, don't be a retard. Don't tell them what your actual Twitter is, and which is full of, like, you know, nigger towers and all this. It's like, no. Like, be smart about it. Be tactical. And fucking try. That's why I kept going, like, anyone that tells you optics don't matter does not have your best interests at heart, because they want statements they can staple onto you if you ever try to stand out. Go into stores and ask to see if they're hiring. That's probably what you're not doing. Localization companies are very homosexual. Yeah, so get involved with them and ungay them. Killer Instinct, you prefer playing regular Asako or Shin Asako? I've not played Killer Instinct in fucking years. I've seen Castlevania Netflix series. I have strong feelings on it. I don't like a lot of the changes, and I've actively just grown to resent the Isaac stuff to the point of like, no, they shouldn't have changed him either. Like, fuck his redemption arc. Fuck, like, oh, but it was so well done. It's like, no, it's been used as an excuse for further bullshit changes. It should not have happened. Fuck you. I'm fucking tired of it. That is a case where I'm throwing the baby out with the bathwater because you took it too far. You fucked the baby. You can make them straight with your penis. Yeah, crack open my second drink. Hold the line. There we go. Part of the problem with the ESG is that the hedge funds and bank cartels have been withholding loans when companies refuse to comply. Yeah, I know. But that's why you get involved with them, so they don't have to take ESG money. Like, hey guys, let's just not do this. Now, obviously, this is talking about like smaller startup indie stuff, but it's like it can grow. Start from the bottom, work your way up, weasel upwards. You know, you're like a worm crawling through the dirt. You're not gonna sit on top of the tree just yet. I like the initial run, but Nocturne Exchange is ridiculous. Seasons 1 and 2 are the only good ones, and even then, Season 2 I have serious problems with. I got very fucking sick of vampire politics. It's a thing where I finally found the words to describe it, which is they want you to think the villains are so fucking cool. And it's like, dude, I don't care how many fucking scenes you show of them talking around a table about vampire politics, or how many scenes you show of them slaughtering villagers. I don't think they're cool. In fact, the more you show them killing innocent people and you insist they're cool, all that says to me is that you're a fucking edgy teenager. It's like, no, I think Trevor, Sypha, and Alucard are cool because they are fighting vampires and trying to save people. It's not even a moral fact thing. It's the fact of like, no, I don't think the bad guys are cool. And the only way you try to sell them as cool to me is just them doing violent shit, which is very childish. Worms can't climb, Lolly. Not with that attitude, they can't. Those vampires kind of retarded, though. They were extremely retarded. Like, they dedicated an entire subplot in Season 3 to the fucking Carmilla chick trying to build, like, a feminist vampire army, only for her two little lackeys who were just Guts and Casca, the fucking lesbian vampires, to fuck her over, because even they were like, man, this is a dumbass idea. They dedicated an entire fucking plot point to that just to back off at the last minute and go, oh, right, this is fucking stupid. And I'm sitting there going like, yes, it was. Why did you waste my time with this? I don't like wasted time. I don't like following a plot thread just for them to literally go, it didn't matter. That's not fucking clever. Yeah, a lot of Season 2 was just waiting around for the final battle. It really was, because it was blatantly padded. Makes me laugh when people say 80 Shankar would make a great Berserk adaptation. Everyone agreed on it, and it literally took the Fixing Apu documentary that he was involved with for it to click. It's like, oh, right, this guy's a fucking moron. It doesn't even matter anyway, since Gang kills all of them anyways. Not wrong. How would a vampire or Viking work? I don't think there's many of those sun suits. Well, they had one in Season 2. That's one where he had, I think it was like Peter Stormare voiced one of them. He was alright. He was like a Viking raider. It's like, okay, that's pretty cool. But once again, they didn't have anything for him to do beyond bitch and moan at a table. And then he goes out to raid a village. And then he dies. I don't even remember how he dies. I think Isaac killed him. Sypha, Trevor, Alucard, Power Trio. They were the only redeeming factor in all 3 seasons. Well, all 4 seasons. They were the... No, 3. Season 1's like fucking 4 episodes. Fuck it, I was loping in with Season 2. But yeah, it's like... They're the only redeeming factor. I think that's why they stuck on them for so long. Because... What were they gonna do? We already saw what they did with Richter and Annette. Where it's like, God, they had no fucking ideas. They had no ideas. Like, and that's about as much of a racial stereotype as it gets, to the point of, like, all it takes is one bad day, kind of like what we saw with the Israel-Palestine thing, for everyone to go, oh man, Castlevania Nocturne's kind of racist. I mean, and that's just like a black stereotype Haitian lady who was a former slave. That's kind of yikes, don't you think? One bad day for it to turn like that. As someone who likes Curse of Darkness, I didn't like how they did with Hector. Look at how they massacred my boy. Yeah, Hector's like a fucking simp, like, whole bunch of bullshit. Forget vampires are horrible, horrible monsters. Well, it's another main problem with Nocturne, where they spend so much time trying to make the vampires cool, and it's like, they're not cool. They're just douchebags. Kick his ass. You know, that is the thesis at the end of the day. The vampires in Castlevania aren't as cool as they think they are. Though, and I think what kicked it off was the fact that Dracula was very well done. Seasons 1 and 2 Dracula was very cool. Everyone loved Graham McTavish. I think it was Graham McTavish voicing Dracula. He had the best story. They built him up right, where all the vampires are scared shitless of Trevor. Then he goes and punches Dracula in the face, and he just stares down at him and goes, "Oh, you're the Belmont," and like he doesn't give a fuck. It's like, that was cool. That was good. He actually had, like, weight behind his dialogue. It wasn't just like fuck, 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 sex, 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 you know, stuff like that. He actually spoke Shakespearean, like how Dracula is supposed to. Like, Dracula was the best part, and they were trying to... It's post-Voss, not Voss, Voss syndrome with Ubisoft, where every villain ever since Far Cry 3 is trying to be Voss. It was like that, where they're trying to make a new Dracula in the show, and they just can't. Because all the vampires are douches. Yeah, Peter Stormare Godbrand died far too early. Yeah, that's what I thought. Death was abhorrent. Death legitimately pissed me off. Death pissed me off. That was the case where I was like, I don't usually judge a story too much for swearing, because, I mean, I swear like a sailor. I love Martin Scorsese movies. They have a lot of swearing. I understand vulgarity is just a part of human speech. That was a case where I'm like, this is stupid. This is just stupid. Like, you are going out of your way. Like, I get it. It's the cliche. Like, oh, you don't want the Shakespearean Grim Reaper, you know, that bullshit. Except I did. I want Shakespearean Grim Reaper. I want a Grim Reaper that talks like an ancient entity that is above human speech. Whoa, for $1, he said nothing. Oh. Harry storms Arasaka Tower after his friend gets beaten to death by Golf Club for revealing the truth of 9/11. You stretched too hard to include all those references. I felt like a Seltzer Freeberg movie. Sit in the corner. Chat. Throw stones. Throw stones. Throw stones at the unfunny man. Hit him. Hit him hard. Make him bleed. One of the disappointing things about Last of Us 2 is that if it was literally just about Isaac copying Seattle to make his own personal snuff film theme park, it could have been cool. Yeah, don't involve Joel and Ellie at all. Like, they don't have to be in there. But they were in there because Neil wanted to push his fucking, like, rough draft of The Last of Us through. Throw rocks at him, heretic! That Greps on Twitter say you like death swearing a lot. Really confused me. I don't get him. It's fucking stupid. It's the lowest common denominator. They think you're stupid shit. Like, really? We're not gonna have any fucking standards? It's like, oh, but it's different. It's like, the fuck do I care if it's different? It sucked. Like, I don't want to hear that. I want to hear verbose, you know, put together classy death. You know? Like, you have the demon from The Exorcist. The demon from The Exorcist swears a lot. It says cocksucker, motherfucker, fuck him, that kind of thing. But there are tons of times where it's not swearing and you hear it talk, and the actual way it speaks is so well written. You hang on every single word that demon says. You know, Damien asked the demon to rip off its own straps, you know, from how it's strapped to the bed, and it says that's much too vulgar a display of power. You know, that kind of thing. You know, it doesn't say, well, fuck you. It doesn't say anything like that. It's very particular with every word it says. That's what I wanted death to be. What do you think of Death and Supernatural, the old guy? He was pretty cool. You know, he was actually, like, pretty good. I mean, he was kind of cheesy with, like, making death jokes, but fuck it. It's fine. It works. And he was kind of another case of, like, he's very particular in how he speaks. It's like, it works. Do you watch Momosuzu Nene, the Hololive girl who calls all her subscribers her husband? Yeah, Nene's fun. I like Nene. I saw she, like, got emotionally invested in talking about iCarly and was, like, one of the greatest romance shows she's ever watched. I put that in quotes. Everyone's just like, God damn it, Nene. But when an entity is able to be intimidating without swearing, it's 10 times more scary. Exactly. It doesn't need to swear because it's above humanity. It doesn't need to be vulgar. Where do you find? Where can we find refuge from all the morons that ruin cool moments or monster by not being a millennial? Just mute all the words on Twitter. That's the most you can do. How do you even kill primordial death? That just shouldn't be possible on like Judgment Day. Well, the way they explain it in Castlevania, they do that dumbass thing where they explain the supernatural as scientific, completely ruining the entire mystique of the supernatural, especially for something that is supposed to be fucking based off gothic horror. You know, like the old school Hammer films and shit like that. Where like death in Castlevania is like a space parasite, and it's pretending to be the embodiment of death because it feeds off it or something. They came up with like a really ass-pulley like fucking explanation. Once again, something that made me roll my eyes and go, this is fucking dumb. I love the strange man from Red Dead Redemption. A great death type character who's ambiguous in who he is. Yeah, that's a good one. Where he just goes, oh, I'll see you, John Marston, and he's trying to leave, and John's like, what the fuck you talking about? You'll see me. He's like, you'll see me. It's like, you know, I like that. Vampire's apparently confused by the geometry crucifixes. Yeah, that's another thing of like, that's fucking dumb. That's a dumb joke. That's a dumb joke for something that should be serious. Like, I get it, you know, religion's so, you know, like, not in anymore, man. But it's like, dude, fuck you. Okay? I get it if you do the whole, like, well, it's supposed to represent good versus evil. You go like, well, religion isn't that good because X violent isn't from the Bible. It's like, dude, fuck you. It's about what it represents. You know, it's the power of faith and humanity and believing in the good of the world, overpowering evil and darkness and a parasite. That's what it means. It's a Joe Rogan reference. Yeah, right? It's like, it's fucking stupid. But holy water works. Holy water works. They had priests consecrate salt. I mean, like, it's a thing where, yes, religion works. It's an actual mechanic in not only Castlevania the series, but Castlevania the fucking show. Talk shit about Christianity, but don't say a word about others, because especially Islam, because you know what would happen. Yeah, it's like, it's safe edgy. That's the problem I have with the Castlevania series. It's safe edgy. You have forgotten far more important people than me, John Marston. Yeah, right? God, the Mysterious Man's so fucking cool. Red Dead Redemption 1 all around is so fucking cool. Berserk 375 can't come sooner. November 10th. November 10th. If I throw a crucifix, Star of David, or Islamic crescent, the vampire better burn or flee. Yeah, like, it doesn't even have to be a thing where it's specifically Christianity. Just establish that a symbol of faith is what fucks up the vampires. They do it in Vampire the Masquerade. They do it in Shiki. Like, you can get away with it not being explicitly Christianity. Even though Vampire the Masquerade does establish that, like, God and Cain and Abel and hell and all that's real. Didn't the first Castlevania open with a player kneeling to a cross? I don't know about the first one, but yeah, probably. Guess what, assholes? Do you know who was giving food to the poor and closer in the medieval times? The Catholic fucking Church. It's almost like they're not assholes all the time. Not religious. Yeah. Well, it's like, you don't even have to establish that the church is good. Just establish that the people using the church's power to fight the vampires are good. That's all you need. I know games have hair textures done well when we have supercomputers, and even then, give it a few decades. Yeah, it was the third. Okay, yeah, it was Castlevania 3. The difference between a blue-collar guy saying fuck after a hard day's work and a non-human entity represent the end of human life saying fuck. Yeah, it's like, it's dumb. Sign up, I want to say I buzz off your videos, and I hope that you cover Tekken King Crete at some point, because that's some prime video material. I will definitely check it out. Could be dope. Could be Kino. Jargon Hunter for $2. Norm MacDonald was clearly the best death. There you go. That's an argument. Cat Merc for $2, but Lolly, it's not science. Yeah, it's fucking dumb. Like, I already got kind of exhausted of the thing where, like, oh, they execute fucking Dracula's wife for using science. Because, man, it's a thing where there actually is a lot more nuance to it than they want you to think. Where it's like, she got the technology from fucking Vlad Tepes, a man with an entire lawn full of stakes with human bodies on it. No wonder they'll assume you're in league with evil, because you kind of fucking are. Like, I think they even outright call her Dracula's whore. So it's like, yeah, it's clearly a lot bigger than just the fucking, you know, the science thing. It's the fact that you're fucking a literal demon. You had children with it. Alexander Anderson for the win, everybody. Yeah. One thing about the show is they made an accurate version of Annette, but they renamed her. It's the chick that gets forcibly turned to a vampire. Yeah. People talked about that, where she looks like Annette. She has a similar character to Annette. It very much feels like she was supposed to be Annette. Then they just made Annette a black chick for some reason. Because, yeah, they even go with the whole, like, bad ending thing where she gets turned into a vampire. And some theorize that's kind of them teasing the fact they're going to do the bad ending of Rondo / the opening of Symphony, where Richter is brainwashed and Alucard has to go save him. Where are the demons scientific? Last day, they do the thing where, like, you know, God and the church by itself are bad / stupid / stinky. Season 3, I think they already have a character make a deal with the demon / the demon's like, no, but we have it hard in hell too. And it's supposed to be something you legitimately take seriously. And it's like, fuck off. I think it came from Dracula X. Yeah, because I think Dracula X was the one that had the bad endings. Where, like, if you fucked up and that turned into a vampire. The Catholic Church was the single largest portion of the sciences in Europe. Galileo was not under house for arrest for heresy. He's confined to his observatory for failing to deliver. Well, shut up, because, oh my science. You know, hashtag Richard Dawkins for life. I just watched the South Park Atheist episode where Cartman goes into the future, and goddamn, that's another episode that aged so fucking well. It's just $5 if you finished it. What are your thoughts on Insomniac Spider-Man 2? I've not finished it, but I'm having a lot of fun so far. It's very good. Two sides of the argument to be made. Dracula's fucking evil and a murderer, but now Dracula's been tamed by Lisa and is trying to learn how to cope with humanity. Then you see that failed. Exactly. It's like, I am okay with tragic Dracula. Giving Dracula that sad backstory and having him lose his fucking mind is good. It's the fact that people took that too far in standard low IQ consumer fashion, and I don't mean this is like, oh, we're so smarter than everybody else. It's like, no, this is literally what happens when dumb people are allowed to take their fan fiction way too fucking far. and view his tragic backstory as an excuse for every single thing he does. Where I had like an argument with a guy on Twitter where dude's like, well, you understand that Dracula had his happy ending. It's when he died, because actually he wanted to die the whole time. It's like, no, he literally had a happy ending where they bring his ass back from hell to live with his wife, even though they should have stayed in hell forever because Dracula's a fucking monster. Like, it doesn't matter that he already, like, got what he wanted. He deserves to burn in hell. Catholics never really persecute scientists. However, Catholics were persecuted for centuries. I mean, there was always the heretical science shit, and like, oh, well, certain hypotheses were shit on for coming out at the time, but my response to that will forever be, hey, we still do that in the modern era right now. We believe that our current idea of science is completely infallible, and anything that questions it must be shat on. Like, we still do that right now. We haven't gotten any better. Alucard in Warzone looks so uncanny. Yeah, the Helsing design, it looks fucking weird. It's like the Paradise Lost, Satan wasn't such a bad guy way of thinking. Yeah, it's like completely missing the point of the story. If I remember the villains of Portrait of Ruin, the twins' name comes from mistranslation, Lacard. They're also related to the character in the previous game. Oh, okay. COVID and global warming. Well, we can't talk about those, otherwise we might get, you know, we might get, thrown off, we might get thrown off some places. But yeah. Just see $2. What South Park episode do you think ages the best? Oh, that's fucking hard. Like I said, going through the show again and some of the older seasons, fuck, there's some episodes that legitimately could not come out today. The sex change one with Mr. Garrison is a fucking classic. Fuck. Atheist one's funny, but only if you really gave a shit about the atheist argument. Migrant episode age is the best. The time traveler one? Time traveler one's not bad. Death Camp of Tolerance. Death Camp of Tolerance. Okay. Death Camp of Tolerance is probably the most, because that covers so much shit that's still happening now. To the fucking teachers thing, to the punishing people for bringing it up thing. Like, holy fuck. Jesus and his Super Friends. Oh yeah, the one you can't watch anymore. Special Needs Camp with a Shark. That one's funny, but I don't know about it aging. Just watched some Black Lagoon with a friend of mine. What's your favorite arc of that series? Also, a review of it is what made me sub to your channel. The twins one will forever be super fucked up. Just for the fact that, like, they're legitimately traumatized children who have a really sad backstory, but none of the characters give a fuck beyond Rock. Rock is the only one that's like, holy shit, we need to do something for these kids. And everyone's like, no, we don't. We need to repair our equipment. It's kind of fucked. Stuff like alchemy, transmuting gold was viewed as heresy for the actual hermetic ritual parts. Newton was lauded by the Pope for elucidating the mechanism of God's natural law. Yeah. Any Al Gore episode makes him look like a special needs child. Yeah. Those are always fun. I like Man Bear Pig. I still love Imagination Land. Imagination Land is still one of my all-time favorite three-parters of that show. I think I love it more than the actual movie. And Terry Pratchett wrote a fantastic version of Death. Yeah, there you go. I mean, atheism is kind of dead at this point. Richard Dawkins is pretty relevant now. I don't know if that aged that well. That's what I mean. It's like, if you really gave a shit about the skeptics back in the day, where they were like full-blown, like, man, fuck God, you know, Bible Reloaded, atheism unstoppable shit, I could see you loving it. But nowadays, it's like everyone's pretty open about the fact that everyone became religious just for everything that wasn't religion. Did you ever see the original speech that was censored in the episode Jesus and his Super Friends? I never managed to get the original speech. I will forever remember the what was it, like episode 100. The one that they recently, and I say recently in the span of like 15 years, had to cancel because it wanted to show Muhammad again, and the entire joke of it was you can't show anybody. And it was like Tom Cruise trying to get the powers of Muhammad so no one could make fun of him. We're just going to have to do this boss fight over and over and over again. Yeah, 200. Yeah, it was 200. Which should I get first? Final Fantasy 16 or Armor Core 6? Flip a coin. They're both very good. Never forget Kyle canonically sucked Eric Cartman's balls because he's a thirsty girl. Yeah. Tom Cruise, come out of the closet. Yeah, I love that one so much. Like, Mr. Cruise, you need you out of the closet. But I'm not in here, though. Mr. Cruise, we don't want to hurt you. Just come out of the closet. My God, that one's so good. Especially since that one was the Scientology episode, which that's another one where you can argue it aged very well or it aged very badly because no one cares about Scientology anymore. But it's so fucking funny. And the fact that it actually did become a major aspect of why people stopped taking Scientology seriously is impressive. Western media and pop culture is just astroturfed and shit. Everything is about making the plebs docile and dumb, keep them from huffing fumes. Yeah, right. Like, we make fun of the Aboriginals for, you know, don't be Rama Rama, but we're exactly as bad. Also, episode 200 is where Pip dies. Oh yeah, I forgot they kill off Pip because they did not know what to fucking do with Pip. Behold the Queen Spider. Yeah, I love that one. The atheist, the first atheist episode where it's Father Mackey trying to like put a stop to all the like Catholic priests molesting kids. Stanley Cup worst episode. Stanley Cup's one of the funniest episodes. I love that one. Just the fact of like they keep calling attention to the sports cliches and then it just doesn't end up happening. And at the very end, like the fucking Pee Wee hockey team has the shit beaten out of them by the fucking Detroit Red Wings. Funniest thing is, like, I was talking to my uncle. My uncle's like a big fucking hockey guy. He likes hockey a lot. I never really got into it, so I don't know much about it. But we were talking about that episode, and he made a joke of like, "Oh yeah, if given the chance, the Red Wings absolutely would do that. They're fucking assholes." Ever make your own mead? No. My family used to try to do like brewing beer stuff, but it never worked out. It's a pain in the ass. The speech from the 200th episode where Comedy Central censored the speech because the speech was about how violence and intimidation works. What about the gingivitis episode? Oh yeah, the gingers? Yeah, that one's good. That one's funny. That one's funny as hell. Oh god. So Dick Bro is still working his way through the fucking Chris Chan documentary, and he got to the Randy Stare part, where Chris Chan channeled the spirit of Randy Stare. So yeah, that happened. Fucking trainee phantom. They're from Michigan, of course. They're assholes. The cat piss episode. That one was funny. I like that one. The heavy metal tribute. Yeah, that was great. It's like, man, you never get to see her rocking tits anyway. It's like, I love that. Speaking of meat, King Cobra JFS made some of the most disgusting homemade shit imaginable. Yeah. That's not that surprising, because home brewing, when it goes wrong, it goes very wrong. It's never just, oh, it tastes slightly off. It's like, oh god, there's fucking mold spores. Remember the Sarcastable episode? That one was funny. That one's one where I don't actively seek it out, but I chuckle at it. You know, just the very end where Randy's like, this is cum. Namble episode aged great. Namble is one of the ones where like, holy fuck, that one aged well. It shouldn't have, but it did. Have you read the Spider-Man Spider Island storyline? If so, what'd you think of it? I have not. I had to ask Shota about it. Oh god. Eat shit. I see in the commentary of the episode they actually hated the heavy metal movie. That's funny. I'll have to listen to the commentary on that. There's some of them I need to listen to. I listened to the commentary on the Scott Tenorman Must Die, because Scott Tenorman Must Die used to be my favorite episode of all time. I fucking loved it. It's still one of my all-time favorites, but it's kind of been replaced by some of the newer ones, because some of the newer ones are still pretty great. But like, fuck, they would talk about it. It's like, this was the defining moment where Cartman went from like a spoiled piece of shit to legitimately the most evil kid in the world. I love the one where Cartman becomes best Christian singer. That one's great. That one's great. The Christian Rock Hard. Oh, God. That was another one my family laughed our asses off back in the day, because my parents used to be super into Creed, and they were like the pseudo-religious Christian rock band. Leah's autism is going into overdrive in the movie theater watching FNAF. It wasn't rated R, so I had no interest. Like, man, I want to watch gore. I made you eat your parents. And I love Radiohead showing up, and they're like, oh, who's this crybaby? He's so not cool. Randy getting into baseball dad fights. That one's great. Yeah, that one's awesome. He starts talking like he's into, like, you know, professional fighting. It's like, man, I'm gonna make it to the national leagues. Temperature is very important. Oh yeah, and brewing, very much so. Like, we have some family friends that do things that are science experiments involving you know, alcohol and corn that I cannot say, but is a tradition in Appalachia, and they make a point of that. It's like, yeah, you got to be careful with how much, you know, with how much you fuck with the temperature, because you can just straight up making everything rot and turn moldy. James Cameron with a stupid song. His name is James Cameron, the bravest pioneer. I love that one. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was American. God, I love that one. I have fundamental disagreements with how hard they start to push Randy in seasons where, like, they become a little too aware of how funny he is. But goddamn, he still has his moments. Moonshine, got it. No. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. It is, you know, liquor that will be used in ethanol and sterilization medicines for your liver. Fighting around the world with Russell Crowe. I like that one. Yeah, I like that one too. That's another one I think is pretty underrated, where they're trying to sit through the fucking Russell Crowe show to get to the Terrence Phillip trailer. You ever read the Ultimate Comics? If so, thoughts? I felt Hank spraying wasp with bug spray, then controlling ants to attack her went a bit into edgy for edgy's sake. That's kind of Ultimates all around. It was like edgy for edgy's sake. Do you like South Park games? Stick of Truth is great. Fractured Butthole is great. I played a little bit of the phone game, but it was a phone game. I didn't really have much interest in it. That's in the Asperger episode. That one was funny. I think that was the one where, yeah, Stan was like depressed, and he has like that whole arc where he's trying to like move on with his life, and the very end of it all, it goes right back to the status quo, and he has like a whole crisis about it. Russell Crowe beating the shit out of the cancer patient made me lose my shit. It was funny. It was good. He fights his directors and he fights his fans. It's a problem no one understands. Yeah, it's fucking great. Do I have qualms about it being 3D? Oh yeah, the new game? Yeah, it's gonna be like a battle royale thing. I don't know how to feel about that. I understand we can't just have constant Stick of Truth sequels, because that will eventually run dry / they will get too tired. But fuck you. Fuck you, I want it. I don't care it's unreasonable, I want it. I'll stamp my feet like a kid. The episode where Cartman gets an amusement park and Kyle slowly dies. Yeah, that one's good. That one's funny. Hulk being a cannibal in the Ultimate Universe was weird. Yeah, once again, edgy for edgy's sake. There's no real reason for it, but they just did it because they thought it sounded cool. New kid is in the game. I know he's going to be in the game, but, like, you know, go from dedicated RPG to, like, fucking battle royale shit. Crack baby basketball. Need to say more, yeah. I like the one where the fucking Night of the Living Homeless, where it's like all the homeless people are invading South Park and they're treated like zombies. And like anytime Cartman brings up, like, man, I could totally jump these guys, and like Kyle rebukes him, they go like, damn it, Kyle, the conversation isn't about how many homeless people Cartman could jump. Like, it's such a dumb joke, but it's funny. I didn't think Snowy Day was a battle royale. That was an action game. I kept hearing it was a battle royale. It might not be, but that's what I kept hearing. Yeah, Die Hippie Die. That one's a classic. That's one where Cartman is like a legitimate hero, even though he's still kind of a dick.
Of what magic do you speak?
A spell without parallel. Ultima. I sought the life force of
I think it's a Diablo-like game?
for no other
Huh.
reason
That is weird.
core. For the
We shall see, but that's weird. When the man burned his wife while she slept because she used to be homeless. Yeah, right? I think blowing that guy's head off at the Lucian's house made me piss myself as a kid. Yeah, it's fucking great.
No more than was necessary for my God to be reborn.
Damn you,
The hour is at hand. Behold but a sliver of my God's power.
Kenny's unironically the best character in the show. He's one of them, yeah. He's pretty great. I love him in the Mysterion trilogy where he's like just so fed up with it and he's like, you know, I die all the fucking time and none of you assholes remember. It's like, I love that one. Remember the Osimo episode? The Osimo is another one of my favorites. It's just so fucking dumb. It's like he's come up with over 2,000 movie ideas, 80% of which involve Adam Sandler. Like, it's just so fucking dumb. First movie I piss myself laughing sometimes. Dude, okay. I have a very nostalgic memory for this extinct brand of AMV on YouTube, where back when I was a kid, and you know you were at that period of a kid where your parents still wouldn't let you watch stuff like South Park officially. You could get in trouble for watching it officially. Basically, turn it on when mom and dad aren't home, that kind of thing. But me and my sister really wanted to watch a South Park movie. We were excited for it. We would like look up stuff about it all the time. We wanted to watch a South Park movie. And I in particular got sucked into this subgenre where like people would do fan edits of like anime where it'd be like One Piece or especially Naruto. Naruto had it a lot where they would take clips of Naruto and edit dialogue of like the intro to the South Park movie to the anime. So it'd be like Naruto singing the opening song to the South Park movie, and like all the characters would be voicing, all the Naruto characters would be voicing South Park characters. Then it would usually be the scene where Cartman's saying fuck over and over and over again in the classroom, and it'd be like, who's the fucking teacher guy in Naruto again? The dude with the fucking like bandana over his eye, and he's like a porn addict, and all that shit. I think his name's like, God, I don't fucking remember that dude's name at all. But he would always be Mr. Garrison, so it would always be Naruto telling him to suck his balls. And for some reason, we would just laugh so hard at that. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, right? You know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, Kakashi. Yeah, Kakashi. We tried to find one for the Boruto stream. We tried to find one of those and play it in the beginning, just out of nostalgic memory. But we could only find the one where someone synced it up to the AIDS conversation from the AIDS episode, where it was like Sasuke is Cartman, and he's like talking shit to Kyle, who's Naruto, about giving him AIDS, and it's like, are you HIV positive? It's like, you know, shit like that. This dumbass fucking subgenre of shit posts that were so great. Sonic sings Kyle's mom, yeah, stuff like that. People do like Sonic. It was great. There was a ton of those. It was great. I loved it. I hate that I know what you're talking about. Yeah, right? It's so fucking good. And it would be like different anime too. I saw some for like One Piece. I saw like a singular one for Dragon Ball Z. Literally a single one for Dragon Ball Z. I think I recall this. Could have watched this video when I was younger. Yeah, right? Come on, you fucker. There we go. Ah. I grew up with Golden Age, something awful Let's Plays in real time, too. Yeah. Why are you so HIV negative, Sasuke? First episode I watched was the one where Cartman's book is going to destroy the world. Yeah. You know the Soul Eater fan animation where it's called South Eater and South Park characters play Soul Eater characters? I never watched Soul Eater, so I never saw that one. But yeah, I say they covered a whole bunch of them. You didn't stack. Yeah, I know. I fucked up on that one. I got too excited talking about South Park. Ugh. Sonic singing Kyle's mom is the reason why I have a slight nostalgia for Sonic 06, because Silver or Sonic would always be Kyle and Shadow would always end up being Cartman. That's fucking great. Remember the episode that was Scooby-Doo parody with porn? All the ghosts are pirates or ghosts dressed up as pirates. Yeah. That one's like such a fucking goofy one, but that was like early South Park, so it had an excuse. Oh god. You gotta break the bubbles. There we go. There we go. Okay. Son of a bitch. You like the elf woman too, but bad femme dwarves are better? No. I don't know what you're talking about. Just gibberish to me. I'll just do $2. Rotisserie for $2. Favorite moment from Stick of Truth. It's so fucking mean-spirited. So mean-spirited. But the end fight where they bring Chef back from the dead. That is such a mean-spirited joke, but it's probably the best way to end Stick of Truth. Because Stick of Truth was the biggest love letter to the show. Fractured Butthole was kind of its own thing, where it kind of just felt like a normal episode. Like, it even cuts itself off at the end like a normal South Park episode. Stick of Truth is the one that really had gravitas behind it and was made to be a big deal. PC Principal is my new favorite character. PC Principal is fucking great. I love PC Principal. So what about Butter's dad being bi-curious and everyone blaming that one Puerto Rican guy for those murders? Yeah, where Butter's parents try to kill him. Like, God, that episode's fucked up. Blame Canada, they're not even a real country anyway. Yeah. I will forever love that they got into a feud with Phil Collins because Phil Collins won the Oscar for Best Music instead of the South Park movie. Okay. So I think I can't pop both bubbles or else he'll target me. You saw your dad fucking your mom. Yeah. Everyone knows it's Butters. Yeah. I love that one. I have an appreciation for the time travel episode. I actually have to be specific on which one. The one where the parents hire the agency to like get actors to pose as their kids from the future to teach them not to do drugs. I have an appreciation for that one just because it's so fucking stupid, but it's so good. Planning on seeing the new Onimusha anime? I am cautiously optimistic. It could be good. It could be good. The song is so fucking good. It is very good. Final Fantasy has good music. And I fully admit, I was supposed to do all this shit off stream, but then I got distracted with Spider-Man. Remember the smoking episode? Yeah, with Rob Reiner. Yeah, I like that one. That one was funny. Or like he's like constantly eating food, and he's like, you know, you don't understand. Lying is okay. Is Jacques in the Onimusha anime? I don't know. When Randy cuts off the homeless guy's arm to keep the lie going, yeah, right? The ending where the real Chad Cartman does show up and he's pissed. Yeah, well, he's pissed because he ends up unintentionally fucking over his future because Cartman doesn't believe him. So he decides to ruin his life on purpose. And he ends up becoming like a mechanic or something. Yeah, Princess Kenny. Yeah, Princess Kenny was funny in Stick of Truth. The one where they do the dance battle and Butters kills people. Yeah, that one was good. Like the dance battle against like the black kids and they end up accidentally killing them all. Onimusha's anime's protagonist Miyamoto Musashi. Yeah, which could be cool. It could be cool. It could be the unofficial Vagabond anime we've been looking for. Better anything what we got in the COVID special. Yeah. The COVID special was like so mean-spirited about it. It's great. Man, those AoEs. Yeah, welcome to late game Final Fantasy XIV. It's all about dodging AoEs. I like it because it makes it feel more active. You know, you actually have to move around and pay attention. I got something in my front pocket for you. Yeah, I love that one. Game of Thrones Black Friday trilogy. That one was funny. Where they went to like George R.R. Martin and he just kept insisting the dragons were coming. and kept talking about dicks. Come on. Larry thinks he's seeing ghosts, and you're gonna give him a CAT scan. It's colossal sized vibrator. Yeah, the one where Cartman thinks he died. Yeah, that one's another one that's pretty funny, just because it ends so fucking bad for Butters. Where like Cartman swears he's gonna get revenge on him. His parents are gonna like ground him. Like all this shit, it just ruins Butters' life. I love it. We're still grinding. We're not too far away from where we need, but yeah. It'd just be how it would be in these cold, lonely streets. Camp Tardikaka episode with Itali's intervention and the idea that Cartman makes Stan sit through a multi-page hate rant about Jews is great. Yeah. I do like that one. Yeah, that was fun. That was one my family liked a lot because we usually like watching shows like Intervention. So that kind of hit us on a personal level. Like, oh god, we've seen like every cliche they bring up is exactly this. Are there any magical girl anime you like? I don't know, because, like, the obvious stuff is like, oh, yeah, I used to watch, like, Sailor Moon when I was a kid, but I haven't watched that in so fucking long. Madoka Magica, like, once when I was, like, 20. I didn't hate it, but it's a thing of, like, I only saw it once. Fucking... What else? Witchblade, technically. There's a lot of technicalities you can staple onto Magical Girl, because there are a lot of like exceptions. Recreators is another one that's technically that. Does Kill a Kill count? Kill a Kill does count. I count it. Come on. Hear about the new season of Rocket Teen Hunger Force coming soon? Yeah, and people say it's going to keep the animation style of Plantasm, which I'm okay with. It's a little too bouncy and active for me, because I'm used to the cheap-ass fucking Flash animation of the old cartoons, and that is just 100% a nostalgia thing. Of like, hey, I am asking for the animation to be worse because that's what I remember as a kid, and fuck you, don't change it. I can't handle change. But no, I think it'll be funny. I thought Plantasm was pretty funny. The fact they were able to do a Jeff Bezos parody and not have it be obnoxious as fuck is an actual goddamn miracle. Witchblade anime had the perfect thick MILF. Oh yeah, there you go. Arise, chicken. Arise. Yeah, Super Mega Chicken is fucking great. Hillary Clinton has a snook in her snooze. Yeah, I saw that episode just recently. That's another one that's pretty damn funny. Okay, so we have one more level to go. We can do this. We're doing it again. Seeing Carl turn his neck with multiple frames freaks me out. Yeah, right? Like, that's not how it's supposed to go. Would you have liked it if they connected Witchblade to a larger Darkness lore? I'm okay with them not, especially for the anime. I didn't even know it was connected to a comic. You know, let it be its own thing, get people interested in it, and when they look up Witchblade, then they can dip into it. Once more into the breach. Once more we must whoop the ass of this big dragon thing. Kyle's dad becomes a dolphin. Kyle can flag. Yeah, that's the one where Garrison has sex change. That's one that just cannot come out nowadays. If they tried airing that episode now, it would be neutered to all fuck because they wouldn't let him do half the jokes in it. The Mormons episode. The Mormons one's pretty fun, yeah. Because I like that they spend so much time shitting on the religion, and the very end moral is don't be a dick. What are your thoughts on Kill la Kill? It's definitely one of those series Twitter freaks like to pretend is Coomer bait for pedos. It's good. It's a lot of fun. It's it was a studio before Trigger, but Trigger was made up of people from that. I think it's like Gainax. They did very, very well. It's a lot of energy. It's a lot of fun. The entire point of the series is don't be ashamed of fan service. You know, it's great. There was the Shake Like Me episode, the one they banned during the whole controversy. It's not even a controversy. It was during the fucking BLM shit where they went after, like, anything that would have pissed BLM off. Even though it's, like, one of the funnier episodes. It's great. It's like, shocker, half the jokes in Adult Swim are the fact that, yeah, this is not how society's supposed to work. Come on. Psycho Pyro 5 out of 9, $2. Thoughts on Marvel Ruins? That was the one where it's just all the, like, shock stories about fucking heroes, right? I don't really like those. Remember how Garrison immediately gave up on being a true when he realized he could never actually have an abortion that aged so well? And I hate that. Yeah, right? Like, so much of that episode is aged so fucking well, it's scary. Token lives matter, yeah, right? Come on. Come on. Remember the Moon Knight scare? Tolstoy made a bunch of LED ones, and news sources thought they were part of a terrorist attack. Yeah, it was like the most obvious. Like, are you fucking stupid? You don't even have to recognize it from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Just the fact that they immediately equated it to bombs. It's like, you are fucking dumb. But I took a recommendation to watch more Oil. It's pretty damn kino. It's very good. It's very good. I personally think it is at its best in season 3, because that's when it dips into full-blown character drama, and that's what I like most about the show. But a lot of the joke episodes are pretty damn funny. I find funny they're censoring episodes of South Park in Canada. Yeah, right? The exact thing that South Park and a lot of comedies around that time would buck against and go is wrong to do. It's actually kind of insane. We're like, you know, it didn't really click or go into perspective until the fucking Smiling Friends guys point out, but, you know, YouTube has higher standards for, like, morality and entertainment than fucking network television. Network television lets you get away with a lot more. You know, meanwhile, you know, you look at YouTube and it's trying so fucking hard to pander to kids and like warp the entire fucking platform to be this sanitized muck, because they're trying to get like corpos to take it over. And I mean, corpos have taken it over, but you know what I mean, where it's only corpo accounts and everyone else is told to fuck off. And it's insane. Jersey Shore episode was cathartic for me when it came out. Yeah, that one's fun. That one's fun. I'm pretty sure wet-ass pussies don't age restricted on the site. It's not. Once again, corpos are allowed to do whatever they want because they have access to a lot of the fucking, yeah, trying to get the... God damn it. They have access to the agents and all the people that can actually get shit done. Since I'm DPS, I actually have to learn how to use my fucking limit break, and we can use it on this guy, so try to save some time. I did okay damage. Censored out. They censored Always Sunny. Now you can't stream the episode with blackface. Yeah, the one that once again is satirizing racism. Marvel peaked with Necronomicon the first episode. Oh no, it peaked with a lot other episodes. The camping one is still probably their best one. Big Gay Al's Big Gay Boat Ride censored in Canada, the one where Randy's dog was gay. Yeah, once again, it's this thing of like they're going after episodes that specifically say bigotry is bad because they're so fucking stupid they assume they're promoting bigotry. Morrow was just too ahead of his time. Oh yeah, like if it came out now in the era of, like, you know, video essayists jerking off every fucking show like it's a masterpiece on God's green earth with, like, Moral Oral broke me, or this is how Moral Oral changed the game, or some stupid title like that, oh, it'd be a fucking masterpiece. It'd literally be up there with, like, I think it would honestly be above BoJack Horseman. Like, ContraPoints would have his entire channel deleted if he wasn't backed by YouTube. Exactly, like, Corpos absolutely get involved with shit. I mean, we see it with Sniper Wolf, where YouTube is doing everything it can to not gun after Sniper Wolf. The very famous Metal Gear Solid character, of course, you know. Very famous, very tragic, you know, fell in love with Otacon. You know, poor Sniper Wolf. Press F for Sniper Wolf. But YouTube's doing everything it can to not get involved with that situation, because she hires actual agencies to represent her. Agencies that can threaten lawsuits, that can rally boycotts, can do a whole bunch of shit, you know? Moral Oral fulfilled my wife and her son. Start saying that a lot of the old tech sites mainly push pundits and names that are already large, unironically have an Aussie channel that's 10 times smaller than its YouTube counterpart. Yeah, because not a lot of people use it, you know? And it's a thing where if they stop focusing so much on the political aspect, they could build up. I mean, granted, it's inevitable the political aspect will come up because YouTube will just pay off journalists to gun after them and keep the circle small, you know, kneecap competition to keep the monopoly going. But it's a thing where, you know, don't have the Holocaust debunking documentaries on the front page, because you know, like, once again, be smart about how you sell shit. Anyone that says optics don't matter does not have your best fucking interest at heart. You know, I think Odyssey does it well, where Odyssey is able to look, you know, very cutesy and appealing, and, like, yeah, you can easily see people using Odyssey without, you know, having the dreaded F word thrown at them, you know, fascism, but... What's your take on anarcho anything ideologies? Everyone's an anarchist until someone breaks into your car. Cartman and Randy go to anger management. Yeah, that one's fun. That was a complete segue, but you think it's possible to properly adapt Lovecraft to the screen given the unknowable and Sandy a lot more of the powerful monsters? Yeah, it's been done before. Multiple times. Have you watched Adventure Bros? Yes, it is very, very good. So many old techs become political YouTubers' backup channels, and that's the problem.
If you are to prevail, the hammer of darkness must needs be brought to bear upon the...
Anyone who says optics don't matter is either an idiot or trying to set you up. That's how I feel. It's like, no, knowing how to say something matters just as much as knowing what to say. It doesn't matter if you're right. If you say it wrong and look like an idiot, people are not going to believe you. Rotisserie $5. Do you think they could ever make a new Goth Kids episode, or was it more of a product of its time? Oh, they were using the Goth Kids for a long ass time. I think they're still putting the Goth Kids in episodes. Like, people love the Goth Kids. They're hilarious. Nothing's worse than going on Odyssey only to be met with neo-Nazi and schizo garbage or Marxist bullshit. As stated, it's there to drag the website down. It makes it less fun to use. You don't want to be associated with it, so you don't go to it or don't upload to it. It is gimping it by turning its own ideals against it. You know, the free speech thing, where it's like, oh, we want to be a political haven for people who got booed off. Now you're forced to accept the people who are going out of their way to fuck you over. I like the Vampire Butter episode for some reason. Yeah, that one's funny. Where he's like trying to get in with the vampire kids. Yeah. Del Toro wants to make At the Mountains Madness. He tried. I think there's outright test footage.
For my God to be reborn.
Marquee Obscure, $2. The Harley Biker episode's hilarious. That one is funny. Where's the bikers being as obnoxious as possible to get people to look at them?
The hour is at hand.
Honestly, let BitChute be the garbage heap. Honestly, has more potential.
God's power.
When I go to Odyssey, I most search big YouTubers like Wendigoon. Yeah. And that's kind of what a dude brought up, where, like, a lot of these alt-tech sites are kind of just used as backup channels for bigger YouTubers. Hell, even I use these as glorified backup channels. And it sucks because, like, you know, YouTube back in the day was just one of many. I mean, there was a lot of other video playing sites on the internet back in the day. And through that diversity, you had the opportunity for multiple people to kind of rise up and make themselves known figures. I mean, you still have multiple different sites, quote unquote, but they're all owned by the same like 5 people, and they're all the same, you know, very filtered platforms. You know, it's like it's the same circle. It's, you know, a YouTuber isn't just a YouTuber. They have a Snapchat, they have a Twitter, they have this, they have that. It's like, yeah, it's all part of the same culture. I still have that stuff, but don't put it front and center. And the problem is, if you do that, people start bitching and moaning. It's like, oh, well, you stomped on my free speech. And it's like, okay, but we don't want to fall for psyops that get us bad, negative attention that only exist to get our servers shut down. Because that's the thing. If it was just an angry article or two, that's whatever. That's Mox Nix. It's the fact that it's used as justification to shut down your server. You know, oh, well, we have to pull our servers from you because you are hosting white supremacy, and that can lead to terror attacks. It is weaponizing the system against you.
But first, I must deal with you. The question of who is
I mean, Newgrounds still around. Yeah, but Newgrounds is kind of a shadow of its former self. The only thing that really brought Newgrounds back from the dead was the Tumblr porn ban. Because then a bunch of people were like, well, I guess we have to go to Newgrounds now. Even then, a lot of people are also jumping over to Ikumi. Del Toro wants to adapt End Mountain's Madness, but he spoke in an interview that convincing studios to back a period piece with no love interest and only one major action scene would be difficult. You can try to talk to A24. A24 is usually pretty good about that stuff. Kiwi farms aren't even wig nuts. Look how they're doing. Exactly. Ikumi? Yeah, Ikumi.net. It's an art site that's starting to pop up. I'm noticing more and more people talk about that. Who is this Bahamut looking ass? It's the Ultima weapon. He is quite literally a fusion of multiple different icons. That's an Spurgeon Briquet is getting. He's laughed his ass off when he heard Noel's lawsuit against Russell Greer was appealed and told him to get fucked. Yeah, he decided to back Dick Masterson in the whole Air July Dick Masterson saga, and it turns out that was a bad idea. The Spurgeon of Tumblr caused the real freaks to breach containment, migrate to Twitter, and affect the general population of their Weimar degeneracy. Yeah, notice that culture got worse after Tumblr broke containment. What I like about South Park shitting on religion is that they shit on Judaism, Islam, etc., not just Christianity, even shit on atheism sometimes. Well, there's genuine respect. You know, that's kind of the thing with South Park. There is genuine respect. Like, they're actually willing to explain aspects of Catholicism and Christianity in ways that aren't just, you know, dumb Sky Daddy. Like the Easter episode where they're talking about Peter Rabbit and all that. Stan's actually, like, answering about who certain Catholic figures are because he knows them. It's like, you know, there is a level of, like, okay, they understand how people who actually believe in this think. Except for Mormons. One of the guys who works out in South Park is Jewish. Yeah, I think it's Trey. Because Stan and Kyle's relationship is based off their friendship. No, it's Matt. I always get Matt and Trey mixed up. Matt's the Jewish one, because he's the one with the afro. I always get Matt and Trey mixed up. Without fail, I get their names confused. Would this say $5? Was PewDiePie the only celebrity to be himself in the South Park episode? No, they've done it a few times. I mean, in regards to getting celebrities to voice them, kind of, sort of. You know, it's like they've had celebrity guest cameos, but they're always like joke characters. Like, they got like Jerry Seinfeld to play a turkey once. Yeah, Radiohead and Korn. Yeah. Ever seen the Book of Mormon? I had a lady I worked with who went to go see it with her family, and she said it was hilarious. Jennifer Aniston voiced one of the characters. Yeah. As I say, they've had some like really fucking weird celebrity cameos, and that was kind of the joke. To be fair, no one understands what Mormons actually think, especially not Mormons themselves. George Clooney was Stan's dog. Yeah. And I think that was the big gay Al one. Imagine making a literal Deus Ex Machina that eats other gods only for it to be beaten by a busty rabbit girl. Yeah. Bruce Willis was the dog. Yeah, I stayed. They've had multiple different cameos. Some have gotten the joke, some have not. I know Team America, Matt Damon, where he just goes, Matt Damon. Apparently, they got the idea of the joke because Matt Damon is an actual friend of Matt and Trey. And he directly said, okay, if you're going to make fun of me in the movie, just make me a fucking retard. Apparently, that is an actual thing that happened and why he is so fucking stupid in the movie. Matt Damon. Yeah, I fucking love Team America. And for George Clooney, he was a single wolf. Yeah. Busty Rabbit Girl is a pretty way to go, not gonna lie. Robert Smith played himself? Okay. Bruce Willis is a dog. Is this because he can't speak anymore? No. This happened like fucking 20 years ago. That was because his doll looked slow. I think that might have also been it. But I remember distinctly hearing a story where he wanted to be made fun of in Team America. Him and Alec Baldwin, because they're actually friends with the South Park guys. I thought Bruce Willis lost some of his hearing. That too. He lost some of his hearing on the set of Die Hard because the scene under the table where he shoots the guy, that made him lose his hearing. The scene where Kim Jong-un gets down, guns down Alec Baldwin's so fucking great. Oh yeah, that movie's just fucking hilarious. Oh fuck. That's on Heat. Oh, that movie's awesome. It's getting a sequel, and it's so weird to think that. But it's based off a book that Michael Mann himself wrote because he wanted to do a sequel to Heat, and I'm interested. You are worth for a shower, girlfriend? Yeah. I feel bad for Willis. He's got diagnosed some brain disease. Yeah, he has like Alzheimer's / dementia, and he's degenerating pretty fast in these recent years. He's been dealing with symptoms with it for a while, but in recent years it's gotten really bad. Is Michael Mann directing it? Yeah, he's directing it. He's writing it. He's directing it. He's going full tilt on it. I want to use my yeah, there we go. The tier 2 limit break. Let's do it. Fuck shit up. That was cool. Do you prefer the Akira film or the manga? The manga is the full completed story. The film cuts out after a certain part, and you can really tell once you know the full story. Even if you watch just a movie, you can kind of tell it just stops. But the movie has some fucking god tier animation. I can't wait for the Smiling Friends season 2. I think it'll be good. I think it'll be fun. It's weird to think of like just a classic YouTube shitpost series on TV. Bruce Willis developed aphasia to the point he can't effectively speak anymore. Oof, that hurts. I wouldn't mind a sequel to Heat. Yeah, and the basic concept behind it is it's a mixture of a prequel and a sequel, where it's Val Kilmer's character trying to get out of L.A., because he's like one of the few guys that actually escapes at the end of the movie. And it's talking about how he met Robert De Niro and the crew, and how he kind of gets involved with them. Apparently Jay Leno played Mr. Kitty in South Park. Oh, that's funny. I heard that Jack Nicholson might actually have slight dementia. That's not that surprising. He's an old-ass man. Since that time of year, what do you fall in the Halloween 3 season of the witch debate? It got fucked over by the fact they made a sequel to the first Halloween, was Halloween 2. Technically, it's all the same story if you listen to John Carpenter, but if they just did Halloween and then did Halloween 3, you know, make that Halloween 2, I think people would have been more open to it, where it would have been like a soft anthology of just vaguely related horror movies around Halloween. So like Godfather 2? Yeah, basically. It'd basically be kind of like a Godfather 2 type deal where you have both a sequel and a prequel. Remember when Robert De Niro played Frankenstein's monster? Yeah, and one of the more like book-accurate adaptations. Started Cyberpunk today and recommendations. Net running for life. Even with how they kind of nerf it, it's still useful as fuck. Would Val Kilmer be in it because he can't talk anymore? I don't think so. They already confirmed that Robert De Niro's guy is being replaced by Adam Driver. So it'd be a very obvious, like, none of the people involved are the same people anymore. I still have faith it'll be good. Where do you fall on the Thing ending? Is Charles the monster or is he just human? I like to think they're both human. But they both think each other are different. I know you have the game, and the game confirms Childs is human, but how canon the game is up to you. It's a shame what happened to Val Kilmer, right? Just old age. Just how it's happened. Childs is absolutely a thing. I don't want a confirmed answer. I say I like the idea of it being so ambiguous because I like the idea of both of them are human, but they're so dedicated to the paranoia that they just stare at each other while they freeze to death. Because it keeps in line just how dangerous the Thing is that even in death, it keeps you on your toes and you just never know. Nest Nate for $10. Hey, Lolly, I was wondering if going to college is a good investment or if I should try to do a trade or look for a well-paying job. Anyway, keep up the good work. Brighton. Only go to college if you know exactly what you want to do. And even then, have money invested. College is there to get you in the student debt trap. If you know what you want to do, and you're able to weave through college without getting into massive amounts of debt, go ahead. Trades are very, very useful, but once again, you have to know what you're doing and know what you're good at. There's a lot of, it literally just amounts to who you are as a person. Alright, guys. You ready for twosies? Now we're gonna do the Praetorium. I love the novel where the Thing tells the story from his perspective. I don't like that. I don't like knowing what the alien's thinking. I want the alien to be a complete unknown, and we have no idea what the hell it is or what it wants. But that's just me. I prefer not having the answers. You just have to react to it. Gilbert Gottfried's role as God was the perfect send-off, in my opinion. Especially with it blatantly being a cameo thing. Like, you know, something they paid him to do on Cameo. It's like, that is the best possible way for him to go out. It's exactly in line with Gilbert's humor. Remember the dog kennel scene? Oh, yeah. My mom used to put South Park on when she brought random men over. Oh, God. Man, not even Batman could beat that shit out of me, man. Is there a movie with a similar plot to the game Manhunt? I mean, not really, because like Manhunt by itself is kind of specific. It's guy is tasked to kill a bunch of random murderers in a snuff film. It's like, that's not really, there's not really a movie that's done that. I mean, you can count Hostel, but that's not really what happened in Hostel. Or review any Godzilla movies. Maybe. I do want to talk about some of them. I know Godzilla, what was it, like -1? Or like Godzilla 0 is coming out. That could be pretty good. It's a heart of cosmic horror for a monster to be alien for us to unable to understand. Exactly. It's like, I don't want to know its motivations. I don't want to know it's a hive mind. I don't want to know that it doesn't understand what it's doing is wrong. It's like, I don't want any of that. Lolly, why should I always stream in 720p? Because we have to be careful of the internet. The internet in Kentucky likes to fight. Also, the Elgato likes to just default to that because it's an older capture card, so I plan on getting a new one. Review soap operas over my dead body. That's on the Godzilla anime movies. I've not seen a single one I like. They're all pretty, like, meh. Just reject Gundam shit. So I hate Alien Covenant and Prometheus on principle. Yeah, it's like, I don't want to know all the answers. Aliens giving enough answers to be like, hey, this is the life cycle of the xenomorph, I'm okay with. Even then, that's too far for some people. They like the idea of egg morphing, which, you know what? Fair enough. If you're really from Kentucky, tell the viewers secret 12 herbs and spices. Shitloads of preservatives. I'm sorry to be the guy to break it to you. There are no 12 herbs and spices. It's all processed chemicals that make you shit your pants. What do you think of Shin Godzilla? I like Shin Godzilla a lot. That's the one where I always refer to it as the movie that was made as a direct fuck you to 2014 Godzilla. Because, like, Toho made that one not long after, and it's such a return to form of what a Godzilla movie should be. Especially when you had a bunch of fanboys that were talking like, no, 2014's a fucking masterpiece, you just don't get it. And it's like, it's a movie that gets dumber the more you think about it, which really is Gareth Edwards' entire career. I don't want to be a dick, but yeah. His movies get dumber the more you think about them. You know, we saw The Creator. Creator's a lot of fun. It looks pretty. Has a really cool world building. Great visual effects. It's Cambodian Blade Runner. The plot gets really fucking stupid when you think about it. The idea of the life cycle of a xenomorph is okay because the xenomorph is an animal, not a person. Yeah. And it can stretch the definition of animal as much as you want it to. I really wish Shinga sequel to Godzilla still mutating. That would be cool. That would be cool. See all the different, like, cosmic horror level shit that he could do. Because they had some plans for it. Like, apparently they were going to go nuts. Would have been great. Yeah. The creator plot's stupid and boils down to America bad. The thing is, I can't even say it's not really America bad, because they do take a lot of, like, very blatant pot shots. The only thing is, it goes American bad, and the only excuse it has for American bad is, no, but it's wrong about the nuke, and they don't really explain what happened with the nuke. So for all we know, the machines are just fucking liars, and they don't want to get in trouble for nuking America. Metroid Fusion, Metroid Dread really get what made the thing work and only offer speculation and conflicting evidence as to whether the X actually can think and how they feel. Yeah, exactly. Winter Lane for $10. Alien 3 had the misfortune of coming after two of the greatest sci-fi movies ever made. It's a solid film in its own right with a good cast, sci-fi conclusion of Ripley's story. Well, the director's cut is. The creator, I think they call it the assembly cut. That's the good one. The actual theatrical one's very flawed. It's very flawed and was literally made out of spite and was pushed by the studio. There was a lot that went wrong with Alien 3. I think 2014 Godzilla is technically well made, but narratively a mess. Yeah, that's good enough. Cape shit question. Thoughts on Batman Matt Reeves film? I thought it was good. One of the best, live action adaptations of Batman. I put above Batman Begins and Dark Knight Rises. Obviously, of course, Batman Forever and Batman vs. Robin. But come on. It's up there. It's up there. I like the fact that it's a good marriage between Christopher Nolan, grimdark Batman, and more comic booky. I like that. Shin Godzilla is insane because of Anno's directing. Man's fucking nuts. Yeah, it's the thing that kind of makes all the statements people make about Evangelion kind of ridiculous. Where it's like, oh, he hates anime. He's taking pot shots at the fans. And you look at like all of his film directing, and it's just him as a kid. Like, it's just him getting to do all the shit he wanted to do as a kid. And it's like, man, it's so fucking cool. And he's gushing over it. It's like, okay, this is a little bit of fart huffing intellectual. No, but the creator actually hates you crap. Honestly, then hate Alien vs. Predator. First one's okay. It's not the worst thing ever. Alien vs. Predator Requiem, that's dog shit. Anyone that defends that's like, okay, you gotta take nostalgia goggles off and be objective here. That's on 1960s Fantomas movies. I don't think I've ever seen any. He made an Ultraman fan film in high school. Exactly. You know, it's like, dude's a fanboy doing what he loves. And Godspeed, because you can feel the passion. He loves Godzilla. He loves Ultraman. He loves Kamen Rider. It's like, let the man be happy. It's okay to like anime, but get a fucking life. He made End of Eva when he was depressed and made these Shin movies when happy. Exactly. The movie could have been good if you could, you know, actually see what's going on. You're not exactly wrong. You tease fucking Alien vs. Predator and like, oh wow, it's gonna be the big sci-fi clash where they fight and you barely fucking see any of the action. It's ugh. Shaky cam as a concept needed to fucking die. Do you like King of the Monsters or Godzilla vs. Kong? I like King of the Monsters a lot. That was one where like people who are bitching about it and going like, man, the human element sucked. I'm like, okay, you do not understand a kaiju movie. You do not understand a kaiju movie. The human element is not important. The human element is just there to string shit together. It's not something you actually pay attention to or care about. And the fact they were honest about it and kept it so simple and fun, that's something to be praised. That shit plagued the Doom movie too? Oh, yeah. Reeves nailed the aesthetic of Gotham itself better than any other director, and he learned from the masters who wrote The Long Halloween reveres him. Didn't he already work with him on some of the comic shit, and that's why he was able to, like, nail Gotham down visually in, like, such an insane way? Like, he literally took comic panels and adapted them detail by detail. What's a horror movie that embodies the phrase "leave well enough alone" perfectly? Like in theme, or like don't fuck with the franchise, like, because in theme it's probably Pet Sematary. That one is literally just saying leave well enough alone. Requiem should have gone full horror with his Xenomorph spraying all over the world like comics did. Requiem just didn't need to exist. It was fucking stupid. Like, the only idea I liked about it is they send a predator to Earth to clear out the Xenomorph infestation. That's the only thing I liked about it. And to get revenge on the chest burster that killed the one predator. That's it. Anything else, fucking stupid. Humans, anything involving kaiju, only there to explain shit to the audience because giant monsters are giant fucking monsters. Exactly. It's like 2014, the human characters were awful. They were awful. Awful. I hated Kick-Ass. I hated his family. I hated the bullshit excuses they had to run him around all over the place. It was terrible. Once again, it only got dumber the more you thought about it. With King of the Monsters, they were a lot more open and like, oh, these are a bunch of scientists. You know, the protagonist in the first one is like a fucking he's like a wolf expert. You know, and something like that. You know. Very, very thin, but he is a scientist. He knows animals, so they bring him on to talk about giant monsters. That's all I need. It's fun. I thought you played the story. Didn't Darth Vader become a giant centaur, burst into flames? We have to grind. We're grinding to get to level 60. I heard the take that the MonsterVerse should have stayed dark and Godzilla vs. Kong should have been a darker film. Do you agree for the overtop elements? Kaiju movies are supposed to be fun. They're supposed to be a mix. You know, they're supposed to be a mix of dark and fun. Winter of Lame for $2, we need an alien Earth War movie. Yeah, I don't know. Give us the fucking Colonial Marines again before you ever touch anything Earth-wise. You know, I don't want to see just random hillbilly with a shotgun fighting a Xenomorph. I want to see the Colonial Marines. Also in the sense of humans actively getting involved in something bigger than them and hubris leading to ruin. Yeah. I mean, in that case, then yeah, Pet Sematary. That's literally the entire fucking point of it. Would you recommend any Predator movies beyond the first one? The entire cast of Military vs. Predator was really engaging, but you can't imagine cops or citizens killing a Predator. Predator 2. It's fun. It's not perfect, but it's fun. You know, Danny Glover fights a Predator. It's cool. Also, Predators. Predators is fun, if also not really that perfect. There you go. Prey is okay, but Prey's big problem, I talked about it in the actual video on Prey, is it didn't really want to dedicate to any idea, so it threw in a bunch of them without really thinking about them. I don't completely hate Prey, but I don't view it as like the rebirth of the franchise, like what people say it is. It is aggressively alright. Underrated video game movie, Rampage with Dwayne Johnson. Fun destruction movie based off Miss Franchise. I've never seen it. I thought it looked okay. It's like, it's a kaiju movie. The Predator's dog shit. Oh yeah, the remake one, that one's aggressively bad. That one felt like it was made out of spite. Bray had a good idea, but it wasn't that well executed. Exactly, it's like it had problems. Actors you think define a decade for you? Me, the 80s were Kurt Russell. Yeah. You know, Kurt Russell, the 90s was all about, like, fucking... God, what was his fucking name from? Like, Lucky Number Slevin, that dude. Also, like, Brendan Fraser, guy from Office Space. I mean, you can definitely tell what decade had an actor running around in it. What was an Eldritch story that actually fucked with you? In the Mouth of Madness actually kind of got under my skin, because it had some moments that were like, ooh. 90s was Tom Cruise or DiCaprio. DiCaprio I put more in 2000s. That's when his career really started to kind of bubble up. 90s, he was purely known as like the fucking like rom-com guy. No story quest? We cleared out a lot of the story quests, and the next one we have is a fucking... You have to do it with other people, and I'm not confident enough in DPS, and I want to do Gunbreaker. So we're going to grind up to level 60 to get to the Gunbreaker. 90s Will Smith? Yeah, 90s Will Smith? Yeah. The Color That Fell from Space was the saddest Eldritch movie I've saw. Yeah. Yeah, Color Out of Space, yeah. I don't hate Prey, but it's clear they didn't even so much as go camping to prepare for the roles as Indians. Film lacks authenticity and sincerity, but it's not the Predator. Yeah, that is true. And I think that's what a lot of... I think that's what pushed a lot of the, oh my god, it's so good. It's the fact of like, hey, at least it's not the Predator. It's like, I don't know. There's still a lot about the movie that made me go like, it's okay. You realize not doing that would take you longer? I know. But I don't want to play with other people when I'm not confident in DPS. Because I don't want to drag everybody down. I don't want to be a dick. At least with Tank, it's simple enough. Just sit in the corner, hit 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and let Big Monster hit me. Thoughts on Flower of the Blood Moon? Okay, is that different from Killer of the Flower Moon? Because I just saw that, and it's pretty good. Prey is the 4th best Predator movie. Yeah, there you go. Keanu and River Phoenix had some great chemistry. Well, they were friends in real life. They were actually pretty tight, and River dying fucked Keanu up for a bit. Keanu had a lot of tragedies. That's it. Oh, yeah, the new Scorsese. I liked it a lot. I thought it was good. I thought it was really well done. I need to see it again to see how it stacks up to a lot of Scorsese's other movies. I kind of put it shoulder to shoulder with Silence in that it's so out of his wheelhouse. You know, compared to something like Goodfellas or Casino or The Departed. It's so different. What would you do if you could direct a Godzilla movie? I'd probably just do what Anno's doing and just copy one of the 60s ones. You know, the fun ones. It's a miracle Keanu didn't become a total crazy person considering his life. Yeah, right? It's an actual fucking miracle. It was clearly held back by being made by present-day Californians. There's no way the protagonist not being married or having kids be tolerated by the tribe at her age. Yeah, right? Once again, it could have been something that, like, tied her to the tribe, or, like, she has children and maybe has, like, a son who wants to be a hunter. And she realizes, like, oh, God, that thing could kill him. It's like, you know, something like that. Give her more stake in it. She already loses her brother, but, you know. Maybe play the Star Ocean remaster? I want to see how it turns out first. Star Ocean has kind of had some really bad luck as a franchise. That's on Russell Crowe as an actor. Gladiator and 310 to Yuma are my favorite movies of his. He's very good. I like A Beautiful Mind. Gladiator is very, very well done. Eh. Probably my favorite role of his, though, is The Nice Guys. I love that movie so much. That's one of my all-time favorites. Him and Ryan Gosling just bounce off each other so fucking well. It's so good. I didn't know Keanu had tragedies in his life. He had a shitload of tragedies. His best friend died, River Phoenix. His wife died. I think his wife died in childbirth trying to birth their daughter, and his daughter also died. It's something like really fucking sad. This guy's criminally underrated and it's a crime it didn't get a sequel. I'm happy it didn't get a sequel. I am. I'm happy it didn't get a sequel because that means you just get the movie itself as a complete diamond by itself, standalone. No worry about it being milked into a franchise or anything like that. Remember how Hollywood used to know how to leverage motherhood into strength? Just look at Sarah Connor and Judgment Day. Yeah, right? Well, they replaced the fetishes in Hollywood. Now it's no longer about fucking MILFs. It's about fucking children. Yeah, Keanu lost his wife, son, and best friend. Also, his sister got cancer, and he quit acting to help her. Yeah, it's, like, really sad. That's on Silence of the Lambs. All YouTubers talk about focus on the woman in a man's world aspect. Makes it sound obnoxious. I remember Bill's backstory. I like I like Silence of the Lambs, but I kind of prefer Red Dragon. I prefer Red Dragon because I love the character of Will. I mean, you know, Clarice is okay. She's good. Yeah, daughter died in childbirth and wife died in a car accident. Yeah, it's like really fucked up. But yeah, it's like I like Silence of the Lambs, though I will always prefer Red Dragon and that whole saga because Will Graham has like a much more interesting dynamic with Hannibal Lecter to me, where Clarice is very obviously falling under his spell and is being manipulated by him. When, you know, you see someone like Will who's a lot more confrontational and is willing to call the bullshit out and go, fuck you, Lecter, you're lying to me. I like that. Where there's a legitimate mind game and they hate each other. I like your rabbit girl's butt. It's a good butt. There you go. A person would take Godzilla back in 1954 if I could direct a Godzilla movie. Oh, kind of like what they're doing now. Like -1 or 0, whatever they're calling it. Yeah, like World War II era. You know, kind of explore the nuclear hysteria. Yeah, it'd be cool. I got to an FBI compound near DC and saw the elevator. They reveal Hannibal Lecter and Silence of the Lambs. That's cool. Should I watch Killer Moon in theaters or the comfort of my own home? It's like 3 hours long. I watched it in theaters and it flew by for me. I enjoyed it a lot. You know, I thought the pacing was good. In the beginning, like, so if you're using the 8 sequence structure instead of the 3-act structure, the second to third sequence is a little slow, where it's establishing Leo's relationship with the family. A little slow, but as soon as people start dying, it speeds by. So I personally didn't have any issues with the pacing, but I can see how some people might feel it. You think long movies should bring back intervals? It depends. Something like Blade Runner, where it wasn't quite 3 hours long, no, you don't really need it. Killers of the Flower Moon, I can see an argument for it, but I don't know. But if it's getting close to like 4 hours, yeah, do an intermission. Give people time to like get up and like go to the bathroom and not worry about missing anything. You know what I mean? But that's only if it's hitting 4 hours long. And honestly, if it's getting close to 4 hours long, I think a lot of companies would just shove it straight to streaming or cut it up into a miniseries. You know what I mean? What actor would you cast as Guts are you up to? We're talking about dub, because I am still a Nazi about my opinion that no live-action Berserk. I'll drag you out of the camp in front of the rest of the prisoners and shoot you in the back of the head if you pitch live-action Berserk. That's how steadfast I am on it. But voice actor, I like Mark Dryson a lot. He does very good. Very, very good as Guts if you watch the Golden Age trilogy, the movies. Long movies are bad for theater. They really can be. Kind of like The Irishman? Yeah. Like how The Irishman did it. Like The Irishman, I think is full-blown 4 hours long, so that kind of needs to be on Netflix. How about it's good though, no perfect actors? I don't give a shit. No live-action Berserk. No live-action Berserk. Because I don't like the idea that it has to be live-action in order for it to get any respect. It's like, no, it doesn't need to earn respect as like live-action to get people to take it seriously. No, fuck you. It needs to be an anime because it is a Japanese property based off a Japanese manga with a stylized Japanese art style. It's like, no, it does not need to be fucking live-action. I don't want it to be live-action. There's too many factors at play for it to fuck up for me to trust live-action. Fun fact, you don't need 40 minutes to be considered feature length. That is true. I think they upped it up. I think it needs to be like 65 minutes now, but yeah, it used to be like 40. Oppenheimer was also 3 hours. Yeah, Oppenheimer was 3 hours, yeah. Is there a chance you made a thick bunny girl because you subconsciously want to bang Pippa's mom? Subconsciously. Have you heard of, have you ever watched Adult Swim Black Dynamite series? Yeah, that one's great. It was fucking great. They get Timothy Chalamet to beat Griffith. It's not worth the risk. Exactly. It's like, no. Especially, I don't want it to be Western. Like, fuck no. The West has shown too many times that we take these properties and use them for ego trips. I don't want that. I don't want that for a series as fucking amazing as Berserk. But if you had all the creative control over live-action Berserk with Kojimura's advisor still no? No live-action. I'd make it an anime. It would need to be an anime. It's like, no, I am steadfast on this. It is my consistent rule every fucking time. No live-action Berserk. I don't want live-action. I am okay with live-action adaptations of stories. I'm not okay with live-action Berserk. I will forever be on that train. I don't care. Even if more supervised, it would take long before they could find a way to cut them out. Exactly. It's like, I don't trust our industry. I don't trust live-action anime. You know, my generation grew up with some of the worst fucking attempts at live-action anime out there. You know, we had Dragon Ball Evolution. We had that fucking Ghost in the Shell adaptation that basically fucked up and wasn't really Ghost in the Shell. It was just RoboCop. You know, shit like that, you know. What are the requirements for a VA who'd cast for Guts, Cosmic, and Griffith? I just get the OG guys. I mean, they're still willing to do it. Mark Dryson, Kerry Karenin, and Kevin T. Collins. They still want to do it. They still love the roles. Live action wouldn't have the frying pan sound for the Guts sword. I don't give a shit because you just cannot... Like, all you have to do is not add the fucking frying pan sound for the anime. Like, I'm not willing to sacrifice the quality of the entire project just because, oh, it might have the frying pan sound. What about live action Hajime no Ippo? See, that's different. Ippo you can do in live action because it's a grounded boxing story. You know, I can see that working. It's stylized, but you can do stylized boxing matches. I mean, fuck, look at the recent Creed movies where fucking, you know, Michael B. Jordan is flat out admitting that he's taking inspiration from anime. I think he even name-dropped Ippo. You know, it's like, that can work. That's alright. Berserk, though, it's completely different. Well, I did enjoy the live-action One Piece. I feel the implication it has for the industry. I don't trust Netflix. Exactly. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. You know? I think get higher XP per run doing the highest level dungeon you can. I don't want to do it with other people. As stated, I don't want to do it with other people. I don't trust myself as DPS. I want to go back to my tank. So we're suffering through this just to get through it. Because that's it. I don't want to be a dick and drag down other people's experience because I don't know what I'm doing. And I don't want to have to learn on the job because that just makes it not fun for everybody. They directly recreated cross counter from Ishii no Joe in the Creed movies, didn't they? Yeah, 3, I think. That's what I mean. It's like they very obviously took inspiration from Ippo and all that. Ippo has 2 live-action movies in Japan. It's good. Oh, I need to check those out. Had to make live-action Berserk. I'm rotoscoping one scene, making the rest fully animated. If Marvel movies count as live-action, then so does that. Yeah, there you go. Maybe when Berserk's almost over, we'll get a good anime, but I'm just happy with the manga. Yeah. Cinderella Man was good stylized boxing. Yeah. Ishii no Joe in live action could be interesting. It could be. All I have to do is learn rotation and not die. Yeah, I don't trust myself not to do that. Seth Rogen as Puck. Exactly, that's what I'm scared of. It's like, I don't trust the West holding it. I don't trust the West touching Berserk. I barely trust them dubbing it. It's like, no, I don't fucking... am I wrong to be worried due to pattern recognition? Dick Pro has finally caught up to the Chris Chan documentary. He is now horrified. Yeah, Sarah Silverman is Puck. Yeah, right? What do you think about the Funimation dub for Cooler's Revenge? I've not watched that in a while. Fuck. I watched it in sub, but not the dub. I have to check out the dub. Would you do videos for Anime Berserk? Nobody tell him. He's not allowed to know. He's not one of the cool kids. What's that company called, Sweet Baby? So Sweet Baby is a Montreal-based company that is basically an ESG consultant. You go to them and ask for help either writing a script or looking over a script to make sure that you are following ESG standards. The dub had disturbed. I understand now, so it's actually Kino. Could Mel Gibson play Godot? Would you rather have William Dafoe play him? I want like a Shakespearean actor, you know. I want like a British theater actor, someone who can embody a grizzled, tired old man. Maybe that dude who played the main father in The Witch, you know, that guy. He was also in Northman in like a small role as like a boat captain. I think he would do pretty well. What's ESG stand for? Estrogen Scrotum Games. If he was still alive, would Tony J work? I'd have to hear it, but I would not be against Tony J. Ralph Ineson? Yeah, Ralph Ineson. I think he'd do a good Godo because he has that gravelly voice that you would expect from a blacksmith who's been around a forge all day, like for like 30 years. Like I think that would work.
Do you believe in Eorzea?
Villain Saga could work on live action, but I don't want, honestly. Exactly. Like you've seen it fail so many different times that you're just like, why would I even want this at this point? Have you thought about doing a video on the Akira manga or Kingdom or just any other manga? Not something like a Berserk saga, but something like a City Hunter where I just talk about it at large. Yes. Extreme Super Gay Ops, Epic Squid Game. I want Cam Clark for Puck again. I kind of okay. So in regards to characters like Puck and the, you know, they're supposed to permanently remain a kid, I always kind of prefer hearing a woman's voice. Obviously, you know, there can be issues of like the woman gets older and that just naturally makes it sound old, even with the attempt to hide it. You hear that a lot in anime now, where like a 50-year-old woman's trying to be a 16-year-old. But skip the cutscenes at the very least. You can't. Not these. But something like kind of like a younger to 30s age woman playing Puck. I think that'd be better because he's supposed to sound like a kid. He's supposed to sound like a boy, not like a man. Where I feel like that's an issue with a lot of Puck voice actors, where it's like he's blatantly like supposed to be kind of like a kid. That's what his proportions are. Like, he looks young, but then he sounds like a 40-year-old man. It's like, that's a little bit. Why'd you choose the unskippable to grind, you mong? Because this is the only way to get consistent XP. Fancy Cartwright is Puck. That's not the worst. Gonna waste 10 hours doing this. Oh, we're almost done with the grinding. I'd be interested in hearing Thomas Jane voicing Guts if he's alive or not. Maybe. Enjoy Laura Bailey for the 1000th time. Yeah, there you go. Is that the voice of Raiden? It is. I think Yuri Lowenthal could probably still sell childish sounding Puck, but he seems to rare type the industry as far as that goes. At that point, all I'd hear is Peter Parker. What do you think of the sort of the Berserk Puck voice? Personally, I didn't mind it. I didn't mind it, but once again, he falls into that issue where it's not even anything really against the voice actor. He did his job. It's just, once again, I think of Puck as small child. I want to hear, like, a boy's voice, because it clashes with the fact that Guts is a grizzled old man. Like, grizzled warrior Guts with his, like, dark, broody voice, and then you have Puck, who's, like, basically a bright, happy kid. Like Mortal Kombat Raiden? Yeah. I think it's the voice actor from 9. Jane's too old for Guts, but he'd be great for Gambino. You know what? You're not wrong. Have at thee. John Young Bosch is Riker. Or Rickert. Teenage Rickert I'd actually be okay with. It's like Rickert post Golden Age, and when Guts comes back, I could actually kind of see it where he's like hitting puberty. Guy who voiced Raiden wouldn't be a bad Moscus. You're not wrong. Once again, that over-the-top Shakespearean way of speaking. You could totally hear, Gaius' voice actor going, thou shalt not avert thy eyes. There's actually a lot of voice actors in Heaven's Ward in particular that would very much work in a Berserk anime. Hilary Hag Tessa from Full Metal Panic as Puck. I'm thinking about it. I'd have to hear it, but you might not be wrong. Keith David as Skull Knight. If he does the Spawn voice. If he did the Spawn voice as Skull Knight, I would be up for it. Mel Gibson from Payback would be great for Guts. Mortal Kombat has a lot of talented actors working to bring their characters to life. Yeah. A lot of the time, the actor can bring the personality out of the character in ways you wouldn't even expect. Like, the reason I like Mark Dryson so much as Guts is because when you watch the Golden Age movies, it's there in the 90s dub, but because of the fact it's a 90s dub that didn't really have the best direction, it's not quite able to break out. But Mark Dryson is really able to make Guts feel vulnerable, even in times where he's supposed to be the scariest motherfucker in the world. The scene after the eclipse where he's running through the woods, and he's like ripping his bandages off and thinking about the Band of the Hawk, and that scream he gives, that is a legitimately fantastic scream. It's a scream of, like, of horror and like despair. Like, There's so much to that, and it's just this short little screen that caps off the montage. You know, it's why I loved using it in the Berserk saga, because it's very, very well done. And it's like, you know, holy shit, that is a fantastic screen. That's a legitimately something to kind of mark down as like a good example of an anime voice actor able to go above and beyond with their character. Can I recommend some good Godzilla movies for you to review on your channel? Sure. Come on. There we go. Mad Dog arguments peak in the movies. It's pretty good. That was a case where, like, Carrie Crennan, the woman who played Casca, could kind of show off her ability to act. I also thought she did very well in the actual, like, scene with wounds. You know, where they fall in love if she tries to kill herself. That was another one I thought was really well done. Oh, fuck. Dude to voice Scorpion for 9, putting in a lot of effort. Oh, yeah. Have you watched Future Diary? If so, what do you think of it? If I did, it was a long time ago. I don't remember. Who'd you get for Beast of Darkness? So, I have thought about that a lot. The thing with the Beast of Darkness is you would have to rely a lot on like voice filtering and like making it sound monstrous. Because if you listen to it in the Japanese dub, it's very, you know, it's very it just sounds like a guy talking. It's not very played up at all. Where it's just kind of like, oh, okay, it is what it is. But if you really want to think about what the beast sounds like, it needs to sound like very monstrous and cruel and evil and like, oh god, it's not a very subtle creature at all, and that's kind of what makes it interesting. Okay. If we can kill these monsters, we can get the little XP we need left, because we only need about like 80,000. So, Western Thanalan, Hammerlia. Here. Do something other than running the same dungeons over and over again. B should have a filter, be done by someone who can do metalcore screams. Yeah, a lot of people are instantly name-dropping Mike Patton. I think Mike Patton would do a very good job. Another one I would always bring up all the time back in the day was like the bikers from Mandy, the main one, the one that like Nick Cage lights on fire. Fantastic demon voice. The way they handle that. I'm curious how much of it was the actor able to kind of like put his own personality into it, and how much of it was the audio editing. That one sounded very visceral and inhuman and like, oh god. Get some kind of metal vocalist play the Beast of Darkness. Yeah, that would be a very good idea. We gotta look around for monsters to fuck up. Because we gotta get Goblin Mugger and Sand Toads. Speaking of which, it's time to kick ass. Beast of Darkness should also be marked horizon, but with the effects applied, since Beast of Darkness is ultimately an inseparable part of Guts. Very good point. That's actually a very good point. Kind of like what they did with Venom in the Tom Hardy movie, where the effects they had for Venom, it worked. You know, it sounded very monstrous and mean and evil. It's a shame Chester Bennington didn't do more voice roles. I've never really heard of him voicing in anything. He was an anime fan, so could have been interesting to see him in something. Now we gotta find goblins. I can see Sean Bean playing Sir Owen and Laurban. Yeah, I mean, they are old men. Well, not old men, but like, you know, they're grown men. They're veterans. They're soldiers. Once again, I'm strictly speaking voice roles, not live action. If any of them has to be seen on screen, I tell them to, and I mean this with full sincerity and respect for their craft, for their legacy as actors, to suck my dick. Whale mount, best mount. It is. Godzilla, Mothra, King Ghidorah, Giant Monsters, All Out Attack is a good start if you want to review good Godzilla movie. I've seen Godzilla movies before, you know. I'm not like a complete like novice to the series. Just to like full disclosure out there, it's not like you're inducting a newbie into this. Probably under the cave if they're not up here. Brad Dourif is wild. That's actually not a bad idea. You know, keep up that manic energy, kind of like what he uses for Chucky. You know, just kind of like killing for killing's sake and enjoying it. And at the very end, when Guts is almost killing him, have that like very manic scream. Do-do-do-do-do. What do you think the Beast Darkness is? Oh, it's a manifestation of Guts' like mental state. It's like all the hate and anger and all the like really dark aspects of his mind that kind of like basically split itself off into its own part of his identity. Well, we're there. Yeah, psychosis. Yeah, basically. I can also see Mark Hamill being cast as Wild. Maybe. The thing is, I wouldn't want him to just do the Joker again. I'd want him to do something else. Where the hell are the goblins? I just want to kick some goblin ass. Probably up there. Have you ever watched Sishlet Griffith Did Nothing Wrong Legally video? I avoid stuff like that. I don't really watch videos about stuff I like unless it's like very specific channels and very specific titles. Like movies I watched as a kid or something. Mainly because a lot of the time whenever I run into a channel that I think like, oh, that'd be kind of cool to hear what they say, it's usually not great. Okay, X 18.8, Y 25.9. Okay. So 18.8, 25.9. Okay, so here in upper corner of West Hammer, got it. Any dead actors who would have done good in Berserk live action? No, Berserk live action. I'm not even going to humor the hypothetical. The more energy you put into the idea, the more likely it's going to happen. What would you be looking for in a VA when casting someone for Salat? I like the guy they got for the movie. Oh, yeah, here they are. But I wouldn't be against getting someone with a bit more of like an Arabic accent. You know, kind of keep up the fact that he is Kushan, and that's supposed to be basically medieval Arabia. So I don't know any actors like that. You know, it'd probably have to be like an unknown or something. Run away. Okay. So now 10,000. Oh, they're pissed. There we go. Yeah, that's why Guts and the Beast need the same base VA. Beast is the worst parts of Guts, trying to convince himself to let go and let be the mad dog Casca accused him of. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so Bomb, Horizon's Edge. So, back to the whale. The guy who originally voiced Apu for Salat. Yeah, Hank Azaria. Just as a fuck you. And they accuse her of being racist like it's a fictional Indian country. Dumbass, it's not real. So... And the best part about all this is that we're super high level, so we can kill them fast, and we have double XP. meaning that we can just immediately, like, stomp a bunch of shit. Okay. There they are. There it is. Kick its ass. Okay, so then cactars, antling sentry, giant tortoise. Yeah, these are all in the footfalls. And you get rewards for each one. So we will definitely make our fucking returns back. There we go. Now we need more bombs. There it is. What about Fleece Johnson as Donovan? I want to recommend good Godzilla movies because they won't come off as toxic. If we're talking about Godzilla, I will never understand kids these days. There we go. Okay, so now let's go fuck up the cactars. And I already know, like, if I remember right, the clutch is... yeah, right here. So we'd be right there. If Rucker Howard's still alive, it might be cool to see him cast live or voice as Gambino since his character was modeled off in Flesh and Blood to begin with. That would be cool. You know, have him voice Gambino. Yeah, that'd be interesting. A good nod to the inspiration. Because, yeah, if you ever watch Flesh and Blood, he looks exactly like Gambino. It's pretty obvious that Miura modeled him after him. I remember. Oh, antling sentries. Those are the ones we need. Just taking a quick peek. Soldiers, unbad, blah blah blah. Soldier. They're somewhere around here. They're not too far. Should Berserk adaptation have more melodic sounds for an OST or full-blown metal? Definitely get Susumu Hirazawa, because he's pretty iconic to the franchise at this point. I think he has a pretty good mixture of, like, very bombastic, orchestral, sort of symphony chants with the more atmospheric stuff. I mean, everyone fucking knows Guts' theme. Guts' theme is, like, very iconic now. It became a meme independent of Berserk, for better or worse. So I can see kind of either route working. I'd want there to be kind of a healthy marriage of you know, of like metal and more atmosphere stuff. Especially come like Conviction and that whole arc where Guts is explicitly going insane and getting more violent and vicious. Now Ziggy, she doing alright. She's mainly just following Winston and learning bad habits from him, but you know, be how it be. Okay, we fucked up the cactars. Now we need the black brush. So that's more north. Would you also add in Shiro Sigasu? I don't see why not. I mean, he did his best with the fucking Berserk 2016. That was just such a slap job. It's like, I can't hold anyone singularly responsible for that. And, you know, they do deserve the chance to redeem and be like, hey, I don't want to be only remembered for that. It's like, that's legitimate. Ah, God damn it. We literally just have to kill 4 of these. Sky Whale! Yeah! Live action Isidro be just bad as live action Radical Edward. Well, yeah, because like Isidro is blatantly an anime character. He's very over the top. His jokes are very energetic. He operates off anime logic. He's supposed to be like a shonen protagonist brought into Berserk. That's kind of his whole thing. Okay, 80 Sins of Sasamo. That is here. I think the Conan Jason Momoa movie, I didn't hate it. I don't hate the idea of Jason Momoa as Conan. I just think that movie was a bad way to pitch him as Conan. Because, like, they made him a very edgy tryhard when that's not really Conan. Corey Burton's still alive and he sounds exactly like Christopher Lee. That could be interesting. Get him as like, Void. That'd be cool. Let's go fuck up this turtle. We must now find other turtles to fight. Oh, they're still pissed. And deceased actors have been great in Berserk anime. Oh, there's a ton. There's a ton. A lot of the Legacy of Kain guys, about half of them are fucking dead. They would have been great. You know, it's like, God, there's so many. Does Conrad even speak? Yeah, he does. He's the one that screams, like, bring the child to the altar during the eclipse. It's not much, but it's something. Fucking ladybugs. Okay, so... In fact, the actor that played the cop in New York City in Godzilla Final Wars would be dubbed over because he wouldn't stop saying fuck in his lines. That's pretty great. He really wanted to sneak fuck into a Godzilla movie. We need more turtles. Rip Tony J, Rene Auberjonois, and Paul Lukather. Yeah, right? Well, leave and come back. That will respawn the turtles. Archer TV series just ended and series finale was ass. Final season was bad, didn't go nowhere, didn't really wrap up anything, sort of introduced a new girl boss character who isn't funny. Well, I knew the show was not going to be that great for very long after Mallory died, because she was such an important character to it. It's like, I mean, how the hell do you keep going after she dies? She's pretty crucial. It's like, it's sort of trying to keep the Boondocks going after, like, Uncle Ruckus dies or something, you know? Or hell, just Granddad, because John Witherspoon actually died. So I was like, yeah, there does come that moment where you have to accept, like, okay, this is run its course. Let's wrap this up. Archer ended for me after Vice. Fair enough. I think the season after that's okay, but yeah. I can definitely see where a lot of people are like, hey, Vice is kind of the good end. You know, they get back into intelligence work and Archer has a kid and all that. Guy who voiced Kane and Logain from Dragon Age, would you cast him as? That's Tony J, so, he's very good at playing, like, a pompous asshole, noble dude. So maybe, like, God. I don't want him to just be the dude that Guts assassinates along with his kid, because that'd feel a little bit too much like a fuck you. But at the same time, not the worst idea. Okay. Okay, let's go to Eastern Thailand now, because we can take care of 2. Yeah, Julius. Yeah, that's what I mean. Simon Templeton, Tywin J is the elder god and has been gone for years. Ah, okay. Fuck, yeah. I'm mixing everybody up. My head's all scrambled. We're having a Frasier reboot without the father. Good thing that would never happen. Yeah, right? I must kill wildlife for gains. Did Archer end? I thought the proper finale was reaching in December. A guy said it ended, so maybe they rushed it, or maybe it's the lead up to the finale, but that's what the guy was saying. There we go. Okay. So we need one more of these. Blowfly Swarm, Vandalous Imp. By that point, because that's 10, 10, 10, should be basically it. Speaking of Dragon Age, did you hear about the leaks of the new Dragon Age game being more like recent God of War games instead of an actual Dragon Age? Yeah, which I wasn't really that surprised when I heard it. I was disappointed, but I was not surprised. Because it's like, hey, every fucking game's ripping those off now, so fuck it. Okay. So... And once again, I point to, hey, it came out that there's literally a fucking outsourced studio for video game scripts that's all about boiling them down to be their most, common denominator bullshit. So, a lot of people are just wondering if the next Dragon Age game is going to be the one that finally kills BioWare. Did you cast the VA for Dracula from Castlevania for Void or maybe Skull Knight? Yeah, Graham McTavish, I think he would do very well. He is a good actor. I don't know if maybe for Skull Knight, because I kind of want Skull Knight to kind of have a bassier, more like gravelly voice, kind of like a Keith David or the guy who voiced him in the movie. That kind of has that rattle your insides type vibe to him. But he would do very well as like also the God Hand kind of need that too. But he would do very well in it. Maybe as like Farnese's father. I think I could actually see him as that. That would actually be pretty well. Okay, so now Blowfly Swarm. And that's literally it. If we get the Blowfly Swarm, that's it. Oh, we don't even need that. Just fuck up these things. Topin Bell for Skull Knight. Not the worst idea. Yeah, not the worst idea. Get him out of just being Jigsaw. Apparently those gave you literally nothing, so that's bullshit. Guess Arch team in a regular season, the suit's told after they made it be a fire season because the show's not profitable anymore. On one hand, I'd be like, oh, that kind of sucks. On the other hand, Archer kind of does need to end. It kind of does need it. Like it's been going on for so long. It's like, let's let it die. Okay. David Hayter as Grumbuild. That could be fun. I am okay with getting more over-the-top anime voice actors to voice characters. Keep up that vibe of it being over the top. It's not a complete Hollywood production, you know what I mean? That'd be the issue. You can't not hear Jigsaw. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, where the hell is... What do you think of Mortal Kombat 1 now adding paid fatalities? Oh, that's the inevitability. They tried teasing it in fucking 10, but knew that people wouldn't go for it right at the get-go, so I think they like hid the code behind it, behind like microtransaction shit. But yeah, now they're just flat out like locking it behind pay gate shit. It's bullshit. Where are you going? I'm looking around for the Blowfly Swarms. Because we find those, and we will hit level 60. There they are. There they are. I knew they were somewhere over here. How about thee? There we go. Hitter's voice hasn't been good for a long time. Too raspy after Portal Pops and onwards. Yeah. What do you think deserves Game of the Year? Again, AC6 for me. AC6 is very much up there. Spider-Man 2 is not bad. I don't know quite yet if it's Game of the Year. I have to beat it first. And there we go, level 60. We can now do the Gunbreaker quest, but guess what? It's 3:30 in the morning, so we're not going to do Gunbreaker right now. We shall log out, and I will call it here for the night because I am getting tired. It is 3:30 in the morning. But yeah, there you go. There you go. We accomplished a lot today, even if we had to lose our minds grinding the same fucking things over and over and over and over and over again. But you know what? It was worth it. It was worth it. Think Fernie's father will return as a bit of a wild card for future chapters, seeing the kind of guy he is. I hope he is. I hope he's kind of the one that introduces the chaos element to Griffith's paradise, where it's like, hey, human nature is still human nature. Even if you give them everything they ever wanted, people will still want to fuck you over because they're not the one sitting in the chair. I think that'd be very, very interesting. I think Kiefer Sutherland's Big Boss voice. I thought it was actually good. I liked it a lot. I like Kiefer Sutherland as Big Boss. I think he do very well. He did a good job. Best game I played this year was Gravity Rush 2. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so Spider-Man 2 or AC6 for you. Well, there's also Baldur's Gate 3. I thought Baldur's Gate 3 was pretty good. Ori Formake was really good. There's a lot out there. So, but yeah, there we go. I shall call it here. Thank you to everybody who showed up. We will finally start Gunbreaker next week. We can finally do it. Finally. But yeah, thank you to everybody who showed up. It was really, really cool. Had to find an unknown for Roxas. Roxas has to have a very specific voice of just sounding fucking weird and creepy. This game about some writer and something about the darkness came out recently. You think you played it on stream? Not sure what you mean. Are you talking about how they're gonna remaster Darkness 1? Yeah, they talked about that. New Blood, I think it was. They're gonna get the rights to it. No, I think it was Night Dive, and they're gonna remaster it and bring it to PC so you can play the Darkness 1 again. I think that'd be great. Well, yeah. So, see you guys.